Why is it not showing? There we go. Audio? Audio? Maybe? Come on. There we go. Okay. Hello. Ah. Hello, Locust. Hello, hello. Nya? Nya? Nya. Okay, there. There. You get your nyas. Take your nyas and get out of here. How's it going? Hope you've been having a good time lately. Hope things have been going well for you. I'm a little late today. IRL stuff got in the way. I had to do yard work. Ugh. Yeah. Yard work. The worst work. I think I should turn game up a little bit. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Alright, so. As you can see, I have my 4 daughters. They are currently pinned to me. So we have Melody saves, and we have Kinoko's, and we have Egliette, and we have Noelle, and a few more of Noelle's, and basically I'm out of save slots already. We'll take those nyas. Okay. You're getting a little better just relaxing and watching the squiggly cat crawl on your phone. Excellent. Excellent. Everybody needs that once in a while. So, oh my goodness. So Melody, her life went fantastic. Fantastic. She's my little drippy girl. Went great. Absolutely great. She ended up becoming a scary little teacher pet. She graduated kindergarten. Great life. She ended up just basically becoming a little teacher. It is perfect. Then Kinoko, my fabulous girl, on my far, well, my right, your guys is left. So my girl on the far left, right here. She was my very fancy girl. I don't remember exactly what she did at the end. I don't remember. But she had a good time. She had a good time with it. Definitely nothing very bad happened to her. And Egliette. Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying Kinoko. She's the one on my left. The Sunhead gives me Valley Girl vibes. Don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why that would give Valley Girl vibes. Like, oh my gosh. That's like crazy. I like totally should have worn my sun hat earlier today when I was mowing the lawn, but I like didn't. For some reason, I thought I didn't need it, but it would have been kind of nice. So I probably should have. Live and learn. Live and learn. All right, and then I had Egliette, my super pretty girl. Oh, right. Okay, so Kinoko, she was more my, not quite homely, but my very robust girl who was very good at cooking. Although she did not actually enter the food competition, but it's fine. Did I just eat dirt? I mean, my daughters really seem to like dirt. It's really good for them too. And I have my fabulous Egliette. I'm trying to remember how her life ended. Oh right, she went to the ball. Yep, she went to the ball. And her parent kind of collapsed. But it was fine. Or, oh no. Yes. Ah! No, I think Egliette became the started working for the Tooth Fairy. Yeah. Egliette started working for the Tooth Fairy. And then Noelle, my poor precious Noelle. she's a moldy mushroom. And it was so hard to keep her alive. Because every day, just a little bit more of her would fall off. A little bit more. She went to a healer, and the healer didn't help at all. And she died on me like 3 times. 3 times. Before I finally got her to survive a year. My poor girl. I tried to keep her alive. I tried so hard to keep her alive, but she was having a rough time. She was having a really, really rough time. Hey, I should have more spores than that. What the heck? What the heck? I should have more spores than this. What happened? Ah, well, whatever. Doesn't really matter. I should have more than that. I don't know what happened with the saves. But it's fine. Anyway, new game! Once upon a time, there was a humble recluse. I'm only going to read this once today, okay? And then we're going to start skipping through dialogue. Though they had no need for society, they did often find themselves home to a loneliness that they could never quite shake. In the morning, the sun would rise. At night, it would set. The recluse would observe the splendor, knowing that the sight would be made all the more beautiful by having someone to share it with. And no, my mushroom kids are not working for wages. It wasn't that they desired a relationship. Perhaps it was a flame that had burned them one too many times, or perhaps they were simply disinterested. No, a child. That is what they wanted. Someone to take care of, to teach. Unfortunately, it was a longing that could not be found, not in these woods alone. However, we are never quite as alone as we think, are we? One day a witch appeared, as if drawn by the intensity of the recluse's desire. The lumber that the recluse had spent the morning gathering slipped through their hands as they spotted her, the witch of the woods. She began to speak. You desire a child, yes? For some, those are quite easy to come by, but not you, it would seem. Let us make a deal, then. If you do 3 simple chores for me, I will present you with a daughter of your very own. The recluse, caught up in a moment of naivety, quickly agreed. The witch, knowing that the recluse was destined to accept, simply nodded and began to deliver the first of these so-called chores without hesitation. Growth struggles to be achieved without presents. Offer me that which embodies the emotion you would provide for your daughter. Okay, so I really want a murderous girl. I really want a murdery daughter. The recluse pondered for a moment, thinking what they had to offer. A tear-stained portrait, a silver-backed hand mirror, or a deteriorating book of poetry. Well, don't really want any of those. Guess we could do... Ah! Hello, fool! How's it going? How's it going, Fool Juice? You having a good time? Isn't this game adorable? I love it. I love it. It's so cute. I'm also doing the rare thing and I'm having a soda today. It's too hot. It's way too hot. So I don't want hot tea today. There we go. The plushies, oh the plushies, indeed the plushies. Alright, so gloomy girl, pretty girl, or I still don't know what step to suffice. By the way, that has a fantastic touch. Thank you! I really like this hat. It's rigged beautifully. Not by me, of course. But it's very fitting for summer. Very, very summery. How about poetry? Can the hat come with googly eyes? Do you want me to put googly eyes on the hat? Or just that? That works. That works, Locus. Alright, how about a book of poetry? Almost shamefully, the recluse located an old book of poetry from when they were young and going through a phase. The prose wasn't good by any standard, but it would nevertheless serve as an excellent expression of angst and youthful rebellion for their daughter. Good morning, Well, it's afternoon now, but I think it'll still be good morning. Permanent googly eyes on the hat wouldn't be too bad. We'll see. We'll see. Returning to the witch, the recluse held out their offering. My, I suppose all growth comes at a cost, no? Feeling a tender hollowness, the recluse declined to answer. One of your PC fans blew up? Oh no. Oh, that sucks. The second day. The recluse slept more soundly that night than they had in ages. Having a purpose again soothed them, even if they had found themselves caught up with the witch. They elected not to think about that though. Instead, when the morning came, they simply did what they had to do, which is to say, they got up and went to meet with the witch. Upon watching the recluse's approach, a sardonic smile lit the witch's face. You complete your first task admirably. 2 more and I can finally give you what you want. She paused for only a moment before delivering her next message of import. Your child will come to this world with little to her name. Let us even the scales. Bring me an heirloom, something she will forever value. Huh, interesting, we're doing 2 heirlooms. Oh, a hair bow from your previous daughter, blackened with age. Oh, interesting. A glimmering music box, an old bottle of medicine that has sat unopened. I've never seen this one before. It's also kind of got like a different border. I don't know what the different borders mean. With Humidex 107 today. Oh, my condolences. Do you have AC? I hope you have AC. With it being that hot. I think right now it's only like 80. Yeah. You have a fan? Oof, just a fan isn't enough for that. I have a fan on right now. It's blowing towards my PC. I'm like, PC, please, please survive. Please. I'm counting on you. Don't die on me. I want to try the hairbow one. It was a dark little thing that the recluse had kept as a painful reminder for many years. Though it hurt to look at, it felt fitting. They would not repeat the same mistakes this time, they thought. Gain trait lost sibling! Bringing their prize back to the witch, she simply gave a smile. How perfect! After their brief detour to meet with the witch, the recluse resumed their normal day-to-day schedule. The third day. With 2 assignments complete, the recluse could feel their excitement grow. If this witch was being honest, and for some reason they felt that she was, then that meant that this could be the last night they spent without a child. They hoped so. At least, that was all they could do. Barely remembering to get dressed, the recluse dashed to the meeting spot. Again, the witch had been waiting there for them. Welcome back, recluse. Are you prepared? Today's your big day, is it not? The last task is an easy one, or at least I believe so. Bring me something colorful, something bright that you think will suit her. When they were first told of the 3 tasks, the recluse had imagined things that were much more difficult. It seemed so easy as to be a trick, which they supposed could only mean that they should take it as seriously, as if a mistake could mean death. With death in mind, the recluse needed to decide where to search for color. Flowers or river today? I feel like a river fits her. Though underwater wasn't the first place most people thought of for color, the recluse understood that there were many shades that people failed to consider. They arrived at a nearby river, glancing into the glassy water to spy a variety of small shining stones. Alright, slate, a simple yet sturdy gray stone. Brimstone, a yellowed alchemical wonder. Turquoise, prized symbols of luck and fortune. Garnet, lost maroon heralds of bygone storms. Or marble, we've already done marble. So, slate, brimstone, turquoise, or garnet. I kind of want to try brimstone for her. A yellowed alchemical wonder. So far she got a book of poetry and and has a lost sibling. Holy cow, Also, is that supposed to be a word? Is that a word? It doesn't look like a word to me, but okay. Let me make sure I save that. 140. You're getting up there to the record. I still can't believe Homer got up to 170 at one point. Oh, that's 140 in Swedish. Okay. Okay. Nice. Or we could do turquoise for luck and fortune. Just because since this is a daughter after one had already been lost, I think the recluse might be more in the mind of, yeah, I want to take care of her. I want her to not get unlucky. So yeah, we're gonna go turquoise. The vivid hue of a chunk of turquoise caught the recluse's eye, beckoning their hand. The stone presented itself like the sky, like the waters, like a purity rarely seen. Stone in hand, they returned to the witch, captivated by nature's beauty. Oh wow, that is way more red than I expected. The recluse returned to the witch's hut, colored item in hand. She silently took the object, nodding her head to the recluse in recognition. The recluse stood there for a moment, unsure, before finally the witch realized what they were expecting. "Oh, want your promised daughter, don't you?" Her voice was almost mocking, but at least it was not overtly cruel. "I suppose I must tell you that I lied, human. I do require several more trifling things from you. First is a matter of payment." The recluse should have known that everything is for a cost. So wealth, life, I don't like this one, or a much later date in the way I choose. I always go for, man, okay, yeah, some of my saves just must not have properly carried over because I did do this one on a different daughter. I guess it just didn't count. I think it's because I've been on 3 different, yeah, well, certainly 2. I don't know if I actually played on the 3rd, but I've been playing on this PC here, mine PC, and also on Owl's Steam Deck. And for some reason, it kind of looks like my spores and some other data from the Steam Deck didn't properly carry over. So that's unfortunate. Alright, so unfortunately the life one, this is probably going to be the most problematic, but we're just going to try it because I haven't done it yet. They told the witch they would offer life as payment. Certainly. Stepping forward, she took them in a cold, yet not unkind embrace. They awoke hours later with an uneasy feeling that something was missing. The witch was still there, waiting for the recluse. With the payment settled, the witch simply smiled and handed the recluse a small pot. Humans are tricky, but mushrooms are much more resilient. Consider this an upgrade. Don't worry, eventually she will develop a mind. Simply give her time, as much as she needs. Soon your wish will be in full bloom. I suppose with all that settled, though, there's one last thing for you to consider. A young girl needs a proper name. Be careful with those Steam Cloud saves. Had problems with it once because Steam Deck didn't upload. The thing is that it uploaded, but didn't upload properly, or like something went weird. Because the saves are there. Or maybe one of them... Oh, I wonder if maybe I just didn't close the game properly and that's what happened. Oh no, I did have it closed because I was looking at screenshots. Because I opened it up to get screenshots of my girls. Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. Alright. What is a good name for a maroon girl? Yeah, sometimes I do forget close things on the Steam Deck. Like, particularly on there, because I just put it into sleep mode. And I just forget about it. Once upon a time, I left my Fields of Mystery game up for an entire week straight. Oh, that was just a few weeks ago. And I only discovered it when I went to go play it the next week. Yeah, sleep mode. The Steam Deck goes into sleep mode. Let's see, what's a good name for a second daughter? A maroon daughter. Nah, Zenchu sounds kind of weird as a name, huh? Yeah, maybe not. If you treat like a PC, you're gonna waste the battery life away. The thing is that it basically shuts down. It goes into like a hibernate. I let my PC go to sleep overnight. What's a good name? Felicia? I don't want to do Star. Stace? No, not Stacy. Juniper? She's kind of the color of Juniper. Well, not really the color of Juniper berries. The blue is. The blue is, but she's supposed to be maroon. Been drinking gallons of water per day and sweating about as much. Make sure that since you are sweating so much that you are getting enough electrolytes. So like salt especially. Make sure that you're getting enough salt. And see about getting yourself an AC. Please. Please. Beatrice? I could do B. What's wrong with sleep mode? I think just B. I think B is good. Then she walked away, only fate knowing if the two should ever meet again. Guess I'm worrying to your sister about a new PC. 1 year later, the battery didn't even last 1 hour. Alright, I'll shut things down more. Chapter 2, Cultivation. Though the recluse was unsure of the specifics, they did realize that it was important to heed her instructions. Care for the pot and the dirt and everything that lay within. So the recluse geared up as any parent should and assessed the things they needed to raise a child. Finances in case the nearby village had goods or services that you could not provide. Nutrients for the child to help it grow strong. They would need plenty, as it would be depleted on a daily basis. And finally, the recluse's own stamina could not be ignored. One cannot burn the candle from both ends indefinitely, and this is where we already gave up a whole bunch. So, it's not gonna go well. Thus began the longest growing season of the recluse's life. Yay, 1 stamina. This is gonna be awful. A flock of hungry birds has been harassing both your crops and your daughter recently. In sleep mode, it's still working. Leave stuff on memory. Waste hardware lifetime. Okay, jeez. In fact, they've become quite the nuisance. Ignore the birds. Fetch your bow and hunt the birds. We only have 1 stamina. Or we're just poison and forcibly evict the foul sky rats. Oh. Oh, maybe it's because she's not grown enough, so I can't feed the birds with her. I don't want Bongo Pass from view right now. We're gonna have no stamina. But we'll get nutrients so we can take a day of rest, so it should be fine. You retrieve your bow and are lucky to leave with not 1 but 2 birds from the flock. They shouldn't show up again for a while. You and your daughter may rest. Nothing more can be done to the birds. The matter was laid to rest. You haven't been taking very good care of yourself, and you find yourself so worn out that even leaving the house is a challenge. If you continue on without regard for your own stamina, you might very well die. Stay in bed today, you need the rest. You'll sleep when you're dead, which may be very soon. No, we're gonna rest today. There'll be no use to your daughter in this state, so you decide to spend the day resting. Sitting in bed, you think about your daughter and all the tasks you'll get done tomorrow. Decision being made, life continued. Ba-ba-ba. Hello, daughter! She chubby today. One day you find your daughter has left her pot and now hops around your home with determination. The creature jumps about with ease, with clear intent now visible on her new face. Her demeanor seems active and brazen, often finding herself engaged in troublesome play. Encourage her boldness, spend time nurturing her environment, or motivate her to do something safer. Encourage boldness, why not? Your daughter's development is going better than expected, and you want to promote her adventurous nature. I know we've done this before. Yeah, my saves did not carry over properly. You set out furniture and boxes around the home and nearby clearing, giving her more opportunity to push her mobility to its limits. You haven't felt hot where you are at all. Guess it's good that where you live is away from direct sunlight. It does help. It definitely helps. Affection 3. Underdeveloped and childish. I wonder how you can properly increase quality. I think probably using the spores. You have seen mushrooms before that have a certain special gleam. Your daughter does not have this gleam, but she could if you raise her right. The decision being made, life continued. One evening you hear a light knocking at your door, quite a rare occurrence. Peeking through the window you witness none other than the Witch of the Woods standing on the doorstep of your humble hut. Could she be here for a visit, or to settle a debt? Alright, we're gonna let her in. Because I think it's very good to let them meet. Perhaps it was time for your daughter to meet the witch. She could maybe even learn a thing or two. The two of you answer the door and invite the gloomy woman inside for dry and awkward small talk. Something about the way the two absently stare at each other. You wonder if they made some sort of connection today. The decision being made, life continued. One evening you discover many footprints outside your home, 3-toed and webbed. Some strange creatures have been poking around. You've heard the rivers of these woods are home to nefarious turtle-like creatures that capture human children, only to bring them home and drown them. Your child isn't human, but you can feel the leer of envious eyes from the tree line. They know a precious daughter when they see one. By the looks of the tracks, these are quite young. Perhaps you can do something to frighten them away from your home. Stand guard until they stop, deal with the issue decisively, purchase a magic ward, keep your daughter inside in the evenings, or hunt them. We're just gonna be the hunter this time. Hunt, hunt, hunt. The things may be dangerous to children, but a healthy adult can easily catch and kill one. That will certainly send a message. Grabbing your bow and hatchet, you quickly You charge off into the woods. You find they're deceptively quick for turtlemen, but panic easily. You single one out and dispatch the slippery green thing as it stumbles through an unfamiliar bramble. Frantic rustling and dismayed hollering can be heard from the trees as you drag it home. A massive, brightly colored shell adorns the post by your cabin now, and the creature provides you and your daughter both a hearty meal. The decision being made, life continued. She will have many nutrients this time. Your daughter's changed in the night. I hope we don't get another ink cap. I really want a different one. One morning, you notice that your daughter is nowhere to be seen. After an hour of searching the nearby area, you find her standing perfectly still in a dense stand of trees. To your surprise, the creature had now taken the form of a young girl. You feel relieved to confirm that the witch hadn't betrayed you. At your approach, she turns and acknowledges you silently before continuing to carefully watch her surroundings. Watch her quietly, buy her a nice gift to celebrate, or tell her it's time to go home. I do want as many like these magic-y looking ones as possible. Yeah, her quality's still kind of low. I don't know how to make it better. We could just buy her a nice gift. Because we haven't done that one yet. I also kind of want to do as many of these. I don't know what stat these increase. Or we actually have money this time, so we could get her a gift. Because we might not end up using money for anything else. Alright, daughter. It is time to splurge. Today feels like a momentous achievement, so you tell your daughter you are going to the village to buy her a present. She grabs onto your sleeve excitedly, and the two of you head back to prepare for a trip into town. Your daughter thoroughly enjoys the outing, and lovingly carries a small birdcage she picked out at the market. The decision being made, life continued. While sitting at home one day, you hear an unexpected knock at the door. Unfortunately, when you go to answer, you find yourself face to face with a man that you never wish to see again. Though he was older now, the scar running down his cheek was unmistakable. Took me a while to find you this time, recluse. The sound of his voice sends a long-forgotten chill down your spine. This man is your former business partner from a time when you did work that was less than admirable. I'm sure all this time alone has given you plenty of time to reflect. Are you finally ready to get back to business? Give the man a significant sum of money to go away. Agree to do business with the man. Kill the man. Beg the man to leave you alone. Just take my money. Just take my money and go. You know what? Yeah. Just take the money. Just take the money and go. You've known this man long enough to understand what he truly desires. Money. Perhaps if you offered him some, he would agree to leave you alone. When you explain this line of thought out loud, his eyes sparkle. You've always known me so well. You quickly gather an amount of gold you hope will satisfy him in a pouch, then place the pouch in his hand. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. As he leaves, you tell him to never return. Hopefully he will never return, but you've been irresponsible with your funds. One more necessary expense and you won't have enough food to survive. You loathe to interact with others, but you may have to find some work in town. Suck it up and get to work. You'd rather die poor than get a job. And you just might. I don't know what happens if we end with no finances, so I guess we'll have to go get a job. I thought we'd be okay with no finances, but guess not. You swallow your pride and head to the village to do manual labor. It's demeaning work, but the fruits of your labor will ensure you and your daughter will survive another day. The decision being made, life continued. An inn? One night you find yourself struggling to sleep. Your mind wanders as you consider your current place in life. You've lived peacefully with your daughter for many moons. Initially, it was strange. Well, never stopped being strange, but you were always thankful for the company. Besides, the affection you felt for her was like any parent would feel towards their child. That was normal, at least. Your thoughts turned to the concept of time, particularly how you were once alone, and how you are afraid that you will be again someday. Your daughter has had more and more curiosities about the outside world. It's only a matter of time before she wants to strike her own path. You hope you will be fulfilled now. You hope you've done enough. Ultimately, you find comfort in what you've done. You may have had many failures in your life, but there's one thing you know you can die proud of. Gain trait. Ooh, witchling. Ooh. And a new beginning. Telling the recluse that you want to see more of the world wasn't an easy conversation. As they grew older, you worried about leaving them on their own. Thankfully, your concerns were unwarranted. Also, witch, hello! Hope you're having a good day so far. Oh, that is one of Ville's. Oh, that's so cute. What a cute little yippee. They were even happy that you had grown enough to want to move out. They even offered to help you build your own home, close to theirs. You were welcome to visit any time, obviously. Faster than you would have anticipated, the two of you built your home together. They showed you all the tricks they knew, and made sure to impart as much knowledge as they possibly could. Finally, the day arrived. You were officially on your own. You were scared a little, but also excited. It felt like a new chapter was just beginning for you. Yay, loving parent. Ooh! Assertive turquoise flame coral. Ooh. Despite some initial uncertainty, you find that your new home may even be nicer than the recluse's shack. Your first days living outside your parents' home are occasionally daunting, but also filled with possibility. What would you like to do? Okay, I'm going to save over... Definitely save over these. These are doomed. These two are doomed saves. Okay. I'm curious, did my strange location save? Sorry, I'm checking something. I just want to see if it worked. Ah, dang it. Okay, I had number 5 as well, but it's gone. It's gone. We'll hit 2 and then reload. Okay. She does have a really cool aura. But if we want to be the coolest, we'll have to get more dampness. And get lucky and find the dude. So home, woods, expedition, town, countryside, free wander, or we can go back to the dungeon and just see what silly things are there. I'm sad I lost my progress though. Man. It's just so weird that I have the saves, but not the progress from the saves. It's very weird. Very, very weird. Let's see. You know what? We could just go for the strange location. Yeah, why not? Alright, abandoned dungeon. In your sleep, you have a dream. You can hear the call of adventure, singing to you sweetly from the nearby mountains. Actually, wait, no. I changed my mind. She has the trait Witchling. Witchling and pressure. Your body refines itself when you are in stressful situations. That could be really good. My poor moldy girl. You can see her, she's the maroon one. Every single time that she lost a little bit of herself, her potency went up. And by the end, she had like 200 potency. It was crazy. So I think this is about the same. I think this is the same trait that did that. Ooh, spell cards. Ooh. You can feel the magic flowing through your body. Though it is powerful, it is not unlimited. We have 2 wealth. And, ooh, poison spores. Empower spells or poison with spores at the cost of your own potency. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Okay, then we have the lost sibling, mystic bond, and loving parent. Magic's acquired witchling. I wonder if we can get more. So I feel like the woods is really good for getting magic stuff. Because hopefully we can either run into the witch or just some other stuff. So, the woods. One day while gathering some resources from the forest, you realize that the sun has gone and set on you. You hadn't been anticipating a night trip, so this is a little unfortunate. Thankfully, you can spot a fire on the road ahead. It appears to you that a single man is sitting next to it, with a worn tent set up nearby. The man bears a distinctive set of tattoos, spotting his face and arms with a set of decorative, presumably eyes. You contemplate the thought of approaching this man and keeping yourself warm beside his fire. Does this appeal to you? Yes. It's dark, and you have nothing on you to create a camp. You figure that it is acceptable to ask if nothing else. As you approach the man, he seems immediately aware of your presence. Welcome, daughter of the witch. He speaks calmly, identifying you more precisely than most. You idly think that it is unfair to be called a daughter of the witch. The witch did not raise you after all. Nevertheless, you ask the man if you could join him. It's a dark night, and you have left yourself stranded. Thankfully, he seems sympathetic to your plight. What is mine is yours, fellow Fae touched. He pauses, though you may find I do not have much to offer. You eye his meager campsite. Fire and company will have to get you through the night, it seems. Though you do spy a variety of small, strange trinkets. Some part of you suspects that they are fortune-telling in nature. What do you do with the remnants of the evening? Ask the man to tell you your future. Ask the man to teach you his craft, and we have a spell card. Ask him for nothing more than you already have. Or he speaks to you with familiarity. Help him learn his place. Nah. We want to learn. Learn. Admittedly, something about this man has piqued your interest. You wish to have what he has, so to speak. Practically, before you can open your mouth to plead your case, the man speaks. The man looks into you, and I do mean truly looks into you. No, we failed. His tattoos only amplify his gaze, and you feel in some ways almost physically assaulted. After mere seconds pass, you feel exhausted. Thankfully, he simply shakes his head. Perhaps someday, but currently there's something lacking about you. Lacking? This man simply has no manners. You put the thought aside. You didn't want to learn any of his strange divinations anyway. But I do. But I really do. You allow the rest of the night to pass silently and only somewhat awkwardly. Okay. I really want her to get as much magic as possible, so we are going to reload. I'm cheating a little. Of course. This divination is not mine alone, and it would be selfish to keep it from you. To disclose the mysteries of his lessons would, of course, be quite gauche. But thankfully, you've found him to be a good teacher. Yes, clairvoyance. By the time the two of you allowed the fire to go out the next morning, you found that you had the seeds to learn a new craft. Goodbye, daughter of the witch. Perhaps someday our paths will cross again. Uncharacteristically, he gives you a toothy smile. This seems like a joke that he has yet to let you in on. You will simply have to practice your new ability and try to divine if he knows something you do not. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, we're saving. While aimlessly wandering one day, you decide that the best use of your time would be to do some scouting. It's always useful to expand your mental map of the area. The country near your home is lush, with many diverse landscapes to be found. You decide to head to the north, towards a particularly damp, dense forest that's home to a variety of useful plants. As a child, this is where you knew to get medicinal plants from, but there was danger there as well. You step into the forest, feeling a humid breeze on your fungal cheek. There's an omnipresent buzz of insects pervading the air. This section of forest feels much different than where you live, and you find that it's hard to feel at peace. Despite this, the flora and fauna is resplendent, and you find yourself looking from plant to plant. Finally, you see something quite interesting. A beautiful large pink flower stands tall in a nearby clearing. The petals are twisted, forming a large sparkling bud that is larger than your head. A single flower is the distinction of the plant, but you observe that its stalk is robust and strangely segmented. It feels a bit like a monolith. For a moment, you simply stand and stare at it. Something about the strange plant leaves you with a feeling of awe. You suspect that you may be able to sell this flower in the market for quite a pretty penny, or perhaps keep its splendor for yourself. Pick the flower! We pick the flower! In time, if left alone, the flower will eventually die here. When you think about it, there's really no harm in taking it from these woods. Without spending too long in thought, you walk up to the plant and grab the flower by the stem. But when you do, the flower opens its eye. This understandably gives you quite a shock. You leap back, seeing the flower unfold in front of your own eyes. It takes you a moment of processing to understand, but finally you make the connection. This is not a plant at all. It is a beast. Its eyes large, still haloed by the petals that had initially attracted you. To be frank, it's hard to entirely understand the shape of it in the commotion. You do understand that it has a hefty central mass, mossy green and camouflaged in with stems and stalks. You also come to understand that this body itself is not a solid form, as it splits horizontally down the middle. Inside is an array of sharp and uneven white stones. In another second, you understand these two teeth. Before it could make itself even more known to you, you figured it was time to do something. Try to fight or flee? Fight, 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 fight. The creature has a certain home field advantage, so you decide it's best to give it something you won't expect. Your fist. Oh. I was hoping we could at least use a spell. Before things can escalate, you wind your fist back and let it loose directly into the creature's eyeball. To your horror, your fist meets the monster's eyeball with a wet thud. You are unsure of this beast's composition, but it is far sturdier than it looks. In your shock, the creature gets the jump on you. It's hard to make out the shape of it as you are being assaulted, but your vision is a swirl of plant and stone and glistening innards. The vines, or tentacles? Appendages of the creature pull at you with thorns. It snatches small chunks from you. Little did it know what it was snatching. After a mere few moments, you feel the creature thrash in pain. And finally, its attack on you ends. You are slightly lighter and missing bits and pieces, but thankfully, it didn't take too much of you. You almost feel bad for it in a way. It made the mistake of thinking it was the only deadly thing lurking in these woods. Oof, robustness went down by 5. You walk home, idly twirling its large flower between your fingers. Gain trait, Eye Flower. While tending to your home, you begin to feel an otherworldly pull towards the forest. You can't resist, and moments later you find yourself surrounded by trees and standing in front of a mushroom-covered hut. Deep within you, You know the witch that made you resides here. Force yourself to turn tail around and quickly head home. Enter the hut cautiously and treat her as a stranger. Enter the hut with the hope of learning some magic. Absolutely. You enter the hut and bow respectfully, addressing the witch as you would an apprentice to a master. The witch considers you for a moment, then speaks. You will find yourself already familiar with my domain. Perhaps you are ready for more elemental matters. She goes on to teach you about things like fire and water, a far cry from mushroom magic, but you take to it well. Gain trait Elementalist, let's go. Gonna overwrite that. You feel a crisp breeze. The heat is relenting. Trees are changing in color. Fall has arrived. The change in weather has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? We could try to up our robustness just by staying home, but and I think maybe just the woods again. Just stick around the woods, see what we can find. See if we can get even more magic. While foraging one day, you discover a dilapidated outhouse in the middle of the forest. Ooh, this one's new. You wonder what it's doing out here. After all, the surrounding area is all land that has clearly been abandoned for some time. Inspect? Inspect the facility. Use the facility. Burn it. Wait, what? What happens if we burn it? That would take one of our spell cards. Well, we do have 3 right now, so we can't afford it. I need to know. Hey, a little bedlam never hurt anyone, right? Right? Well, regardless, you want to have some fun. And what's more fun than fire? Without a moment's hesitation, you let your pyrotechnical fancies manifest and engulf the facilities in flame. What a glorious spectacle. You know, you probably should have checked if anyone was using it. It looks abandoned, sure, but well, if there's anybody in there, they'd be running out, so it should be fine. Now you can just stop and enjoy the sights. And the smell. All that burning wood really starts to... Ugh. I'm starting to think that this outhouse maybe isn't all that abandoned. By the smell, seems to be freshly loaded. Ugh, why did you decide to? You know what? Never mind. You need to get out of here. You're choking on air that nobody should have to breathe. Gain trait, pyrophiliac. Well, at least you have a fun story to tell. Amazing. Incredible. Hey, potency's all the way up at 80. Let's go. Pyrophiliac. Your ardor made manifest. And we have the eye flower. And for our magics, we have Witchling, we have Clairvoyance, and Elementalist. I don't think we can get them all, unfortunately. I don't even know where to get the others. I don't think I've even seen the others. But I'm still very impressed we got 3 in one go. And before winter even. Alright, well, it is time for a 3-minute break, so please get up, get a drink, use a drink, use a restroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you all again very soon in 3 minutes. Papa! Ah! I'm getting attacked by an Eevee! Why would it do such a thing? Why would it do such a thing? Alright. Walking around the village one day, you overhear a gaggle of fun-sized humans giggling the time away. You gradually sneak up on them and get close. Remarkably close. They don't really seem to care that you're there. Hey, wait, are they ignoring you on purpose? The nerve of some fleshies. At least you can listen into whatever seems to be so engrossing. Because Eevee wants to bite me? Why would Eevee ever want to bite me? How much? One of the children exclaims, her jaw dropped in sheer awe of another kid, whose chest is proudly puffed out. With a grin, the child reiterates, I enough to buy 3 bags of candy. No fair, another child cries out. When I lost mine, all she brought me was enough for a hoop and stick. The other kids looked at the child with pity. Hoop and stick is so last season. Well, anyway, the boastful kid continued, I have another one loose, so I can expect even more candy here soon. It's not fair. I want to lose a tooth. You're younger than me. What gives? It's probably because of all that candy, one of the kids said, getting met with only a shrug from the proud child as he snacked on his treats. Whatever. I'm gonna go home and pull my tooth out myself, and when you see me next, I'll have 4 bags of candy. The girl stormed off, determined to come into some coin of her own. Which is odd when you think about it. Do these kids get money for their teeth? Do they sell their other parts? You wonder briefly about the value of a kidney when you hear one of the gremlins shout, be sure to put under your pillow! She likes to eat mushrooms, and I have a few here. Not all these mushrooms are edible. Actually, I think 3 are, 1 is. Yeah, don't touch. I can't remember her name. No. Well, don't touch my red girl. She's very poisonous. Aha, you realize there's a caveat. One must need a tooth and the sword under their pillow, and then money? Unless you checked what you'd consider your teeth grow back after some time. This could prove to be a lucrative venture. At length you arrive home and find yourself less certain about this than you were in the village. It's not like the fun-sized humans are known for their honesty. Okay, fine. Noelle, it was Noelle. Noelle is very poisonous, don't touch her. It's not like the fun-sized humans are known for their honesty. You pause for a moment and think. 1 tooth won't kill you, go for it. Nah, we're gonna nope out of this one. I don't want to go down the tooth fairy route. Coming to your senses, you realize self-mutilation with the goal of financial betterment is asinine, to say the least. Plus, you quite like your mouth space and aren't too keen on disrupting the mojo within. Maybe you'll just have to take one of those munchkin's teeth someday for science. Walking through the fields between the forest and village one day, you notice a figure standing alone some distance away. Upon closer inspection, the figure belongs to that of a young lady. Her bulked-in bronze body showcases a life long lived toiling under the sun. And at this moment she appears stumped, rubbing her chin absent-mindedly as she mutters towards the ground. Humans sure are weird sometimes. See if she needs help. Carry on with your business. I'm curious. I haven't seen this one before. Alright, we're gonna... I can hit the outhouse another time. It's fine. It's fine. See if she needs help. Casually, you approach the puzzled human and ask her what's wrong. Oh, hey, you're a weird-looking piece of produce. But what do I know, apparently? This here plot of land, though you wouldn't know by looking, is currently cultivating some magic beans. Magic beans? The lady's shoulders droop. Can't actually get them to grow, though. I went to this night market, you see, and the shady lady in the alley sold these seeds to me. Said they were magic, but I suspect she lied through her teeth. She looks harmless enough. Glasses, ponytail, real bookish type. She puts the finger to her chin. Smelled distinctly of lilacs. So at least that was nice. But I think I got scammed. A sigh fills the air. She even gave me some story about these special beans being crossed with some freaky large plant beast from the jungle. You think I got taken for a ride? Oh, for sure. I don't think so. How about I don't think so, and hopefully we'll get a chance to actually examine them? No? Well, I don't suppose you have any advice on how to get these seeds to sprout then, do you? Think to yourself for a minute. Perhaps some mushroom magic can help. Freaky large plant? Like your flower? Offer nothing but some words of encouragement. Ooh. That's cool, because we got the flower. We get a little special option here. Okay, I really want to see both of these. I want to do the mushroom magic first. Okay, I only have 2 left. I want to save at least one of these for the very end. But it should be okay. Did I? Yeah, okay, I saved right there. Perhaps some mushroom magic can help. If they're magic beans, maybe they just need a little magic to kickstart their juices. And who better to do that than someone who's almost a living plant herself? You ask to speak with the beans. And though she seems confused by the concept, the woman allows you to proceed. Now for a moment of secrecy. You get down on your knees and lean in close, trying to hear the beans. What do they need? How can you help? Then you close your eyes. You do your best to find the life within the seed. This plant will live, and someday die. You do your best to comfort it on this matter. As though it were a shy babe that simply needed some coaxing, you spot a sprout emerge. Impressed at your supernatural assist, the lady gives you her heartfelt thanks. By the way, what's your name? I never introduced myself. I'm Jack. You introduce yourself as B, and notice Jack take the effort to remember it before seeing you off. As you return to your business for the day, you can't help but wonder just how big that plant might get one day. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so we're gonna save there, and then I want to see what happens if we give it the eye. So see if she needs help. Alright, a plant monster. Freaky large plant, like your flower. Without much thinking, you pull out the strange flower you found in the jungle. You explain that your flower sounds like the one the strange merchant used to breed the seeds, so maybe use more? Sure. That makes about as much sense as any of this, I suppose. The lady gives you a thumbs up. Lost trait, eye flower. Without missing a beat, you mush the flower into the dirt. Just absolutely pulp it. And after some time, a sprout actually manages to emerge. Bewildered, the lady gives you her heartfelt thanks. By the way, what's your name? I never introduced myself. I'm Jack. You introduce yourself as B, and notice Jack take the effort to remember it. Okay, and that's the same. Okay. So I do want to go forward with the spell one, just because I feel like that's more what this character would do. But that's really cool that the eye flower actually has a thing there. Also, if we had gotten the same next piece, I probably would have kept the eye flower one, but we're gonna do the spell, and I don't want to reroll multiple times. While on an expedition to a nearby swamp, you lose track of time. The sun has already set in the sky, and the trees surrounding you seem much more menacing now. As you contemplate your situation, you try to figure out the best thing to do. Follow a random road, sleep in an abandoned building, wander through the woods, keep cool and calmly evaluate your situation, look for help. or let off a flare. I don't want to waste a spell, especially our last spell on a flare. So, honestly, following a random road, that's probably what I would actually do. Wander through the woods is probably our least good option. Keep cool and calmly evaluate. I am curious about the abandoned building. What is that term for those that save and load a lot? Save something? Do you remember? I don't know, Flo. Do I remember that term? I'll also remind you that during the demo period for this game, I actually got the dev's blessing for doing that. Just as a small reminder. Let's see, random road, abandoned building. Let's see, what would she do? I think keep cool and calmly evaluate. There's no use getting hot-headed and making even more trouble. Oh, we failed. Yikes. Make even more trouble for yourself. You sit on the grass and absently draw in the mud with a stick as you think about your situation. You try to map out the area nearby as you remember it, working backwards from your current location. You frequently rise, walk around, return to your diagram throughout the night. By morning, your map is complete and you realize that you spent much longer working on it than you intended. Ouch, we lost 5 robustness from that. With the light's assistance, you're able to make your way back with ease. Just a little more tired than you'd prefer. Hey, Coffee, welcome in. Yeah, Scum, S-C-U-M-M, as in the legendary point and click engine. Yeah, clearly. That is clearly what Flo was talking about. The Sierra creation engine for Manic Mansion, you believe. At least originally before it was used by many other games. The Sierra creation engine for Manic Mansion. Huh. First time I've heard about that. A chilling breeze greets you one morning, heralding the approach of winter. With the end of the year approaching, you find yourself considering your aspirations. You want to accomplish something significant, you decide, something you'll remember. Okay, dangerous quests, attend a charming evening at the gala, or nothing. Okay, I definitely don't want to do the gala. I want to see what we have for these. In your travels, you've been told of some particularly challenging quests, possible tests of your merits. Of the potential opportunities for glory you've heard, you decide to slay a terrible beast, or... Darn! I guess we're gonna go slay a beast. You've heard rumors of monstrous animals terrorizing a nearby community. Perhaps you may win some renown if you step up to hunt the beast. Preparations will take some time, but you decide to take on the creature before the end of the year. The chill in the air has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? I think we should probably give some robustness back. Especially if we are going to take on a quest. So we're going to rest today. Perhaps the best way to spend the day, you decide, would be resting. You wearily lay yourself right back into bed. We only get 10 back from that. Tomorrow you'll be more productive. Or maybe you won't. One evening while wandering back home through the woods, you hear a strange melody through the trees. It sounds distinctly unlike the human music you hear in the village, and you find yourself drawn towards it, if nothing else to identify the source. As you approach, other sounds become evident. Chatter, faint clanking of metal, the soundscape of commerce. And finally you spot it, a clearing full of strange small stalls and beings. The night markets. Approach the market. You were headed home for a reason. No, definitely approach. What a fascinating little discovery. You can't help but wander closer, trying to understand the situation further. As you approach, you notice a selection of small vendors and other random stalls. It's getting dark and you don't have long to linger. Okay, so peruse some wares or look to sell. Alright, I definitely want to save for this one. Just gonna save for that. That's fine. Because we do have the flour that we could sell. Where is it? There it is. So I could sell this. I don't know how much money I would get. Alternatively... Pyrophiliac. Alternatively, we could see about spending a little bit of money. But let's see how much we would actually get from selling the flour. Used by a small booth operated by little pointy-eared men of various chromatic hues, the sound of coins fills the air. As you approach, the little man in a particularly dapper outfit greets you. Hello, do you have anything you would like to part with? We would compensate you, of course. I assume you would prefer human currency. Why would he assume that? He is right, nevertheless, you guess. He lays out a collection pan, and you contemplate what you would like to place in it. Well, the eye flower. How beautiful. I wonder what manner of beast produced this fine memento mori. Regardless. The little man takes the tray, and in return gently places 3 coins into your hand. Have a wonderful day, and please come again. He bids you farewell, and you depart. Capitalism ho! No, let me spend money! That sucks. Okay, well, what can we buy? You spot a booth manned by little beings with big bushy white eyebrows, mustaches, or beards. When you approach, you can see a variety of strange items laid out for sale. Anything strike your fancy? We're having a special today. Everything's just 2 coins. That's quite a bargain, you know. We get our goods from only the finest artisans. If you have any questions about anything, let me know. And when you're ready to pay, just put your 2 coins here in this coin tray. A particularly rare candy, a magically restorative elixir, a smoke bomb, a rabbit's foot. Or I don't want to or can't buy anything. I'm thinking the restorative elixir could be pretty good. Hello, Zal! Welcome in! I'm glad you showed up. I do have a little bit of feedback on the Steam Deck version and how it plays. So just let me know. Maybe I should have just used the Steam feedback sections, but it's not exactly a bug. So let's see, rare candy. I think probably the elixir. Yeah, let's take the elixir. Unfortunately, it does mean that I don't get to sell the eyeball, which I'm pretty sad about. I'm really sad you can only do one or the other and can't sell something and then also buy something. But elixir. Your spell is just not what they used to be. This elixir should have you feeling as magical as a witch. Remember, if you find anything you would like to buy, just place 2 coins in the corner of your selection. Oh yeah, that's what that does. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Particularly great candy. Right on, a Steam Deck stuff you have to discuss would be good to send through the itch.io bug portal, you think? And maybe also just emailing? Okay. The MMG email. Alright. Yeah. Like, overall, pretty good. It's just mainly that I find it really weird that you can't scroll through the cards using the left stick. You have to use the right stick. Like that, it did not feel right. And like you couldn't use the D-pad or the left stick for that. And the other thing is just scrolling through text was really, really awkward. I couldn't find a good button press for it. Or like being able to use the right stick to scroll on the text, and yeah. That's basically it. Otherwise it worked great. Really, Dev owns a Steam Deck. You want one soon, so she'd be way down for getting Steam Deck feedback. Okay. I will... Actually, could you... If you wouldn't mind, could you just paste the email? Like, just right in chat, and I'll copy it down. Just because otherwise I'll have to go hunting around for it. Can't guarantee when that gets sent out, but yee. She's worked really hard on getting the mouse touch controller UI stuff down pat. I believe it. Yeah, I was just having some issues for some reason. Oh yeah, my controller's not even working right now. That's fine. Ah! I know my controller was disconnected. It does that. Cute little pop-up though. I love that. Super cute. Okay. Our candy. Ah yes, this bonbon is particularly powerful. It's even been known to increase your level. What does that even mean? Plus, it's strawberry flavored. Remember, if you find anything you would like to buy, place 2 coins. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the elixir. Hopefully that'll get me a few spell cards back. Okay. So cute. You have been feeling a little tapped out lately now that you think about it. After you pay the man, you upend the elixir into your open mouth. It doesn't taste great, but you can feel the magic flowing through you. Yippee! Having restored your stamina, you head back towards your original destination. Okay. So, do we have more spell cards now? Nice! Okay, we're back up to 3. Ah, wonderful. Thank you for the email. Appreciate that. All right. Uses of posts, Steam discussions are also a good forum you try to keep track of. I just feel weird posting on those. I don't know why. It's like I shouldn't feel weird posting on them, but I do. Yeah. While out running errands, you find that the town is much more active than usual. Through some chance encounters, you get the impression that a sort of traveling festival has been set up outside the town. Looking around, you do happen to hear loud clattering noises and cheers in the distance. Out of curiosity, you let your ears guide you towards a group of stalls buzzing with human activity. You notice that each of these stalls seems to house a different form of entertainment. All of the ambient fun in the air makes you want to join in. You didn't even know they were a thing until you first put the demo on Steam. Yeah, I feel like the Steam community stuff is very ignored by like 90%. Like 90% of Steam users. Myself included. I don't look at them really at all. Sometimes they show up during a Google search when I'm trying to find the answer to something, but that's about it. I hope you guys had a really good weekend for sales. Is it too forward to ask, like, how the sales for this game have been going? I hope it's going well. I really, really hope it's doing well. Steam discussions is a bit hard. You see many people there creating chaos when they don't even have the game. The thing is that I feel like if you lock it so that only people who have the game or who have played the game can comment, then you're going to kind of lock out anybody who's like commenting on a different account or something. So I get why it's open to whoever. You sold over 2,000 units on Steam alone! Let's go! Doing better than expected. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear that. I hope it keeps going well for you guys. See, go for a ride, play a guessing game. Play a guessing game using a spell card. Knock down some pins. Knock down some pins with an advantage. Or test your strength. Let's do the clairvoyance one. That sounds fun. And we'll overwrite this one. Alright, play a guessing game. Guess. Someone in possession of your unique set of skills never needs to guess. A clairvoyant simply knows. You glance at the boxes, and with a brief burst of concentration, you point to the box you are sure is the mimic and state assuredly, "It's that one." Alright, well, if you're so sure, why don't you take it out yourself? The attendant moves to open a door at the top of the cage. Without a pause, you reach in and grab the box. It remains lifeless in your hands until you lean in to take a closer look, when it quickly jumps to life and bites your nose. Congratulations! You're a winner! The man cries, grabbing the mimic and unlatching it from your face. Wow, that did take robustness. That could have been bad. Imagine if we got killed by a mimic. Of course, you already knew that you were a winner, and thankfully the pain is only temporary. The man hands you a nice shiny coin. Cha-ching! Wait, did I only get one? Hold up. Hold up. Did I only get one coin back from that? I didn't even get the coin! What the heck? What? What? I didn't actually get anything from that. I feel robbed. I feel robbed. I didn't actually get any money. I used a spell token and I got nothing from it. That's so sad. Seems I didn't deserve it. Wow. While wandering the woods near your home, you suddenly hear something rustling in the foliage ahead of you. Before you can react, a large boar bursts from the brush and locks eyes with you. You sense an intense flaming aura of determination emanate off this wild hog. Run for your life! Resort to magic. You're sure you came prepared for this. Wait, could I use like a spore token? No. Just a pig, right? Face it head on. If it's a snack he wants. I don't have the robustness for that. I do have one spell card. Like one extra spell card, but I'd much rather save that for later. But at the same time, I only have 10 robustness. Like, just in general, this is not going well for me. I could poison the pig. I also have really high potency. Tied to the strength of her mushroom type or her ability to perform in stressful situations. Okay, we're gonna try it. It's just a pig. Face it head on. Think you could take it on no problem. You stand ready for the pig's attack, except it was a robustness, wasn't it? It charges at you, and you don't even have time to prepare yourself before it slams into your stomach with a thunderous thud. You feel the wind knocked out of you and your body crumbling under the force and weight of the pig. Thankfully, it seems entirely uninterested in finishing you off. After sniffing around for a second, it trots off with a triumphant oink. Crap. That did kill her. Nope. I mean, that totally didn't happen. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, guessing game. Because we're doing the same thing again. Oh no, we failed this time though. Did you feel a move? No longer stand in weight, the more suspect that perhaps you may have known incorrectly. Ah, tough luck, the man mourns with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Better luck next time. You return the box to its cage and walk away. Embarrassing. Even with the little extra help, you still managed to come up short. And so confidently, too. I want it back, though. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to get back to where we were. Strolling through the village, you find a donation box in front of the church. It offers lovely hats that might dress your oddly shaped head yet. And, if no one particularly minds, you may even be able to keep one of them. Indulge yourself. Burn the hats. Leave the hats. You don't need them anyway. Take all the hats! Why not? You wear them all so well. Take the big hat in your favorite color. The big hat. I don't know if a hat would even look good on her. We could burn the hats. This is a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea. But she's a pyromaniac, so... This daughter did get pyrophiliac, yes. Yes, she did. She burned an outhouse. Yeah, I really can't fight the pyro choices. You're right. You're right. Indulge yourself. Burn the hats. You eye the display for a minute before the ends of your mouth curl upward. And also, like, I don't think those hats would actually fit her. I'm just saying. I don't think it could. I don't think those hats could fit her. And she even looks like fire. Like she's a flame coral after all. I mean, really? How could she resist? How could my precious flame coral resist? A familiar, tinkling desire begins to prick at your flesh until you are as animated and passionate as a kicked beehive. Of course you hide it well, and hide it close. You can't let anybody see what you're about to do. Another moment passes. Tense breaths and darting eyes confirm the coast is clear. You grin and let fly a cinder. By the time an official from the church is on the street, desperately trying to put out the inferno, you are gone. But the smoke on the horizon tells you all you need to know. Today, in the dead of winter, all things in the forest lie still. Even so, you are on the hunt, and we are definitely going to save right here. Save over the guessing game, I guess. We'll save over the plant one. Okay. You have heard rumors of a terrible beast that haunts these woods throughout the winter. When all else is quiet, it turns its appetite to the nearby villagers. So you have taken it upon yourself to hunt the beast, perhaps winning renown amongst those who spend the winter months in fear. Approaching the section of forest the creature has been sighted in most recently, you carefully consider your options. Search for signs of the beast. Call out, making your presence known. We're gonna search for signs of the beast. I don't think robustness. I don't think we should rely on that at all. You carefully search the area, making sure not to disturb your surroundings or attract attention. Nice, we got a 10. Sparse animal tracks, broken twigs. But there. A set of deep tracks wind their way around a clearing. Fresh. The snow was too loose to determine what made them, but a huge animal is definitely on the prowl. The mycelium on the back of your neck stands up, registering the sound of a low growl before you even notice it. The beast is here now. The beast approaches you brazenly, a haggard wolf, eyes burning with ravenous hunger. Standing nearly as tall as you, its iron thews? Its iron thews show prominently under its lithe frame and aging gray pelts. Its tremendously proportioned head and glinting white teeth tell you just how effective at killing this creature is, and a blood-stained maw leaves no room for doubt. This is the monster the villagers speak of, a terrible, man-eating beast. You tighten your grip on your trusty knife, steeling your nerves. Hesitation here may spell death. Wait for the wolf to act first. Or charge! If we can use our 165 potency to charge, let's just do that. You rush forward brazenly with your trusty knife. No, we failed. No. Right. You rush forward brazenly with your trusty knife in hand, but the massive wolf outmaneuvers you, agilely circling around to lash at your side. The wolf bites at your arm, massive teeth leaving a gash as you pull away desperately. This music does not fit. Twisting away from the wolf, you catch a glimpse of something in the trees. A second, darker colored wolf joining the hunt. The two massive wolves circle the clearing, having cornered their prey. Push one into the bushes, attempt to slay them both, cut your losses and abscond. Or at least still gonna try and slay them. The village won't be safe until both wolves are dead. Crap, I failed again. You can't allow either one the chance to escape. Why aren't we using our spell? We have magic. I left the spell card just for this. The wolves, though, dance around you effortlessly, their wide circling quickly closing in around you, exploiting your every mistake. You swing your blade wildly, but the beasts know human weapons too well. Within minutes you are exhausted, and haven't so much as nicked them. And does potency mean nothing? Finally, having eagerly awaited this moment, the wolves descend, teeth and claws tearing at your legs as you are overwhelmed by the pair of carnivores. Desperately, you kick at them, though you've already lost the strength in your limbs. They continue to maul you, unabated. And we did. Why couldn't we use magic? Your body lies there, motionless and cold. Hours have passed, and the wolves have long since ceased their attack. Blinking feebly, you sit up. Huge gashes are torn out of your legs, arms, and chest, and bits of yourself have been scattered all over the clearing. But you're alive. The realization seems to light up in your just barely conscious mind. You're alive. No, we're not. We ran over mycelium and robustness. No, we're not. Thank goodness you aren't made of meat. Your body is quite resilient. However, in recent days, yeah, we died. Dead. 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 That sucks. Man. But seriously, does potency mean nothing for combat? Because I was really counting on the potency there, and it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. Like, we had over 100 potency, rolled a 4, and that just didn't. It didn't even matter. Also, why? Why nothing? Why nothing? Alright, that's stuff. And now a weed grew. Yeah. But we're gonna reload. We're gonna see if she can at least survive. Oh, not that one. This one. Alright. Hunt. Hunt, 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 hunt. Okay, search for signs of the beast again. Yeah, it seemed really skewed, but okay, and we failed this time. That's cool. The snow is fresh and loose. You wander around looking for animal tracks, but they are so indistinct that you soon become unable to tell which ones are your own. The beast has almost certainly been through this area, but you garner very little useful information for your hunts. The mycelium on the back of your neck suddenly stands up, registering the sound of a low growl before you even notice it. The beast is here now. The beast approaches you brazenly, a haggard wolf eyes burning with ravenous hunger. Standing nearly as tall as you. Okay, yep, we read that. We read that. We saw that. Okay. Charge the beast. We have 165 potency. This better heckin' work this time. Are you kidding? Roll the heck. I rolled the heckin'. Nope. If we don't at least get the potency one, we have no chance. No freaking chance. Okay, at least this one doesn't really matter if we pass or fail. Come on. Come on. 3? A 3. I want her to survive, please. Oh my goodness. Even a 6 I failed. Yeah, the dice hate me. It's fine. This is also the first final challenge you guys ever made back in like July 22. Maybe you should relook at it. Maybe. I wonder if it's bugged, but I don't know. Or the dice just hate me. But I really feel like at okay, finally. Okay, at least with a 7 we passed. But with this much potency, I feel like we should be able to pass even with like a 5. Alright. Anyway. In a practice motion, you slash at the wolf as it attempts to twist away. A bloody red line now shows on its flank, a shallow cut. You scarcely have time to consider your next tactic before you notice movement in the corner of your eye. You sidestep just in time to avoid the gnashing bite of a second wolf. A dark, pelted beast just as large and ravenous as the first. 2 great wolves now circled the clearing, teeth bared and salivating menacingly. Okay, we're going to save. Please let me use a spell. Really? 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 Oh no. Attempt to slay them both, I guess. Why is there no spell option? The village won't be safe until both wolves are dead. I rolled an 8 in the field. Okay. So we died. Again. I think we have to roll a 10. Please. Okay, we got a 10. After 5 rerolls, we get a 10. Oh, so there is just no magic. Yeah, I was really counting on the magic to carry her through this. That's why I went with this quest. Oh well. I can pretend. I can pretend. I can pretend she used magic to do this, right? The village won't be safe until both wolves are dead. You can't allow either one the chance to escape. You watch their movements with the calmness of an expert hunter, examining their formation and surroundings, observing their behavior until your opening. Leaping into a sudden dash, you charge at the latecomer, the more wary of the 2 beasts. The animal falters away from your brazen charge, just as expected. You feint, slashing at the opportunistic first wolf, now attempting to flank you. The blade cuts deep, but you give the beast a little regard as you continue the rush, cutting off the creature's escape. You pant in ragged gasps, the adrenaline of the hunt finally subsiding. The snowy clearing is now dyed crimson, and the beasts lie dead before you. Not possessing the proper skills or equipment to skin them for pelts, you decide to claim their tails as trophies. The villagers, you are sure, will be elated to see them. But for now you rest. The cold winter evening soothes your wounds. Now free from the horror of man-eating beasts, the silent forest glows with serene beauty. Perfect hunter! Prove your skills as a prime hunter. Eventually the day grows late. You decide it's time you head back with the good news. As you grow older, you look back over your life. You think back to the witch who created you, and can't help but wonder if everything met your expectations. You wonder if you were the daughter your parent had hoped for. How is this the ending after all this time? I was really expecting like a actual hunter or a victory ending. Huh. Because I got an achievement for it. Okay. Weird. Alright. Definitely not what I was expecting. Especially considering that there are like 62 endings or something like that. First things first, let's measure what her life was worth. Wow, a new color! That's crazy! Unused token, miscellaneous achievements for the hunter. No ending bonus. Except it's not actually no ending because my saves got bugged, but it's okay. I'm just sad about that. It's fine. Alright, grown bonus. My spores. Wow, spores. A visually striking poisonous mushroom that just screams, stay away. I was really hoping to get a witch ending. Because I got 3 elements. I think it's so funny that she just became complete pyro. The flame coral became a pyro. That's crazy. Alright. Witch hut. Garden. Wild wheat. Yep. Yep, everything I bought is gone. That's fine. That's fine. Ah, it's really unfortunate. Like all my spores are gone too. I still have a few. Plenty, caustic gold, and trippy. I know I had more than that, but oh well. Oh, interesting. The wildweed really cuts down on humanity. Hello, Gnome Depot. I would like some hardware, please. I would like some yard work vouchers. I would like 5. That works. Thank you. Paper pinwheel. I still don't even know what these do. Okay, well, I'll still buy a pinwheel. Oh, it says I have 1 of each. Oh, wait. Okay, so my purchases did kind of stay. Things got bugged when I went from PC save to Steam Deck save and then back to PC. That's when things got bugged for me. Basically my spores kind of reset and a lot of my achievements got reset as well. So like, there's some cards that I know I picked, but now they're being labeled as unpicked. Definitely some of my stuff here got reset because I had a lot more shovels. I think I had like 3 left. I also had a few wooden. Here, let me leave. I had a few wooden ones. Okay, so I still do have the 2 mushy apples. So I only have 1 wood sign. I think I also had a wooden pinwheel. Yeah. But I'm quite certain that my saves did upload. Reason being is because I still have like the actual saves, but I don't have the items I got from those daughters. So like I also went through the entire second story segments, and I have a feeling that this one, when I like if I go to reload this, is going to say that, oh, it didn't work. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, I kind of figured. Your brain is mostly mushy peas when it comes to programming. Same. But your lead is your head program, so she'd be interested in learning all about that. I wonder if it has anything to do with the engine being Renpy. I don't know. I honestly don't know what's causing it. I just don't know. Here, let me load this one. And so I have a feeling that it's something about like how you guys check for saves and how some of it's saved. Maybe Steam just doesn't upload all of that data properly, but I don't know. I honestly do not know. But yes, it was me. Yep, like Discover Maroon. Even though I have an entire daughter who was playing in Maroon. I mean, clearly. Oh. We're just gonna do that. Okay. Yeah, so all these count as new. So these count as new cards. Yeah, it is weird. It's a really weird glitch. So. Darn it, that probably means I have to play through this again to get the achievements. No! Because I think I overwrote the save at the boss. Oh no! Yeah, I did. Well, that's okay. This was my doomed moldy girl, who I really had to fight hard to keep her alive. Also, the healer sucks. Stupid healer person. But yeah. Oh yeah, probably my Tooth Fairy stuff is gone now too. If I load this one. Daughter already lived her life. Yeah, I know. Yep, discovered Bloom. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I get the stuff from her. That's crazy. The boss achievement for that long Revenger story was bugged, so I'll be able to get the achievement without having to redo that once you push another big fix. I see. Because I played it this weekend. Was it Saturday or Sunday? It was Sunday? No, I didn't play it all on Sunday. It was it was like Saturday morning when I played, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Saturday morning that I was playing. Or Friday night. I think I was playing this one Friday night. And then the other one was Saturday morning. Yeah. That's what it was. But yeah, it's just weird that I have the saves, but not like the meta information, I guess. Yeah. Oh no. Just just interesting. Just very interesting. But anyway. So those are my daughters who kind of got wiped from existence, but also not. It's definitely reinforcing that I should probably keep a save for each daughter at the very end. Just like, well, just in case. Just in case. Actually, wait, I am very curious. If I go to, was it the almanac? No, where was it? No, not that. Maybe it is in the almanac. Where's my daughters? Number of fallen daughters. That number should be 2. It's not, but it should be 2. In which your daughter goes for a swim. Oh no. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Oh no. Oh no. Which your daughter's forced to seek distant lands? Oh no. Okay, so Magical Enterprise. This is the Tooth Fairy one. So I am a little worried that since my saves got bugged, I'm probably going to show, or I'm probably going to find the Revenger story again instead of getting the 3rd one. I have a feeling that's probably gonna happen. So let's see, then I have Teacher's Pets. Oh, hello. Arrow. And I can't keep it together. And then I also had the mycelium disappearing one. My poor multi-girl got both, but yeah, that one's gone too. It's just so weird that I have the saves, but not the info from them. Oh yeah, see there, she's not in here. Yeah, my red girl Noelle isn't in here. Interesting. Yeah, I really wonder what happened. Oh, for sure, my music. The music is also gonna be gone. But yeah, so that's a bug I encounter. I'm just glad that I get to keep my daughter saves, even if the metadata kind of got wiped. Well, yeah, if you guys have more questions about it, please feel free to just send me a message either on like Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever, or I guess I can't really properly send messages through Twitch, but yeah, if you guys have more questions about the bugs I've encountered, please reach out and just ask me about them. I'll be more than happy to provide screenshots or whatever. And definitely if you guys want to look at the VOD and just take a look through there and see if that helps at all, please feel free. I want this game to be as good as it can possibly be because I really like it. I really like it. Yeah. Having VODs might really help with understanding the bugs. Unfortunately, the 2 daughters that got lost, just because I was playing those over on the Steam Deck and I wasn't streaming at the time, unfortunately those aren't saved. So yeah. And just unfortunately, I just don't have video for those. But I hope it all works. I hope it all helps a bit. Yeah. I mean, heck, even if you guys just want like the different, well, I don't actually know how to get the save file off of the Steam Deck. Getting save files off of PC is really easy, but I wouldn't know how to get off of the Steam Deck to compare. So, yeah. I don't know. Maybe your program, like your head programmer, would be able to replicate the bug, but I don't know. I don't know. Also, because I don't know why it happened, so. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't have any more insight on that. Okay, well, it is time for a 3-minute break, so please get up, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you guys again in 3 minutes, where I think we'll go through probably at least one more daughter. At least. All right, welcome back. So let's see. So something I have not tried yet is I have not tried any of like these pinwheels, paper doll, crane, lantern, or signs. We could also do a mushy daughter. However, I don't really want another moldy daughter yet. But let's see what the wood sign does. Okay, so that increases her robustness. And theoretically, that one will last for a bit. And what about paper pinwheel? Okay, that increases mycelium. You know, we're just gonna fill it up. We're gonna completely fill it up. And then a paper crane. So cranes are for dampness. Mycelium, or the doll must be humanity. That makes sense. And paper lantern is for potency. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna put that there. And pinwheel can go there. And how about we plant some spores too? How about caustic spores? Just for funsies. Let's see, where can I see the... I remember I had descriptions in the past. Curios. Compendium of journals. Aw, man, my journal entries are also probably gone. Man. Funsies or fungies. Oh, why not both? Let's see. Ah, yeah, my notes went bye-bye. It's so cute, though. It's so cute. Oh, here we go. Spores. Gold shroom, pretty bud, caustic bud, plenty bud. Drippy bud. Alright, yard work voucher. All the different ones. Let's see. Wood sign. Informative sign. Helping any passerbys. Made of wood, so it'll degrade eventually. And then all the paper ones. Ooh, these are different. And then I got the mushy apple from the teacher's pet. Did the game update or anything to like help the saves get corrupted or whatever? I don't know. The game did update a few times, but I'm not sure when the corruption happened. Because I've had 3 game sessions. No, 4 game sessions. So the first one was during the stream last Friday. The second one was on the Steam Deck that night. Everything seemed to be working properly there. The third session was the next morning. Again, things seemed to be fine. And then session number 4 is today, where it went from Steam Deck saves over back to my PC. And this is when I noticed the issues. So unfortunately, that's all I can tell you on that. I don't know when exactly the corruption happened, but I think it was during the transfer process. And unfortunately, I don't have the Steam Deck on me because that's at my boyfriend's house. So I can't confirm exactly what it's like over there right now. So, sorry. That is the information I have on that. Summon? We could do a summon. Wait, that's so cute! From the ether appears. Conditions have changed. A new creepy mushroom can now be grown. Oh, she's so cute! That's way too complicated for your 5 a.m. brain to make a hypothesis from. Oh, it's okay, coffee. It's okay. Okay, one more. Oh, cute. The recluse draws such cute little pictures of the daughters. All right. Once more into the fray. Oh, okay, yeah, all the paper things disappeared. I expected that. Once upon a time, there was a humble recluse. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. Ooh, a stone lawn ornament. That's new. Kind of. Tear-stained portraits. How about robustness? We'll go with the stone lawn ornament. Just outside their door, the recluse kept a stone effigy of an odd and fish creature. It served them well as a protector outside the house, a perfect way to express the resolve the recluse would carry for their daughter. Turning to the witch, the recluse held out their offering. I suppose all growth comes at a cost, no? Feeling a tender hollowness, the recluse declined to answer. The second day. Alright. It is important for a young person to be well grounded in this world, I hear. Bring me a jar of soil to help with this process. Keep in mind that not all dirt is the same, though. Consider the source carefully. Okay. Dirt! Your favorite foraging nook? A particularly lumpy patch in the witch's front yard. Or a quiet graveyard. Favorite foraging nook. I want this to be a wonderful little robust daughter. The nook was just on the outskirts of the forest, but conveniently hidden from curious villagers. When in need, the spot had never let the recluse down. This time was no different, as dirt was there in abundance. Arriving back at their meeting place, the recluse was excited to share their selection with the witch. So that's what you picked, eh? Very well, it shall do. Alright, scrub-a-dub-dub. A day in the tub. And now we select a color. I could go with the Cave of Indecision. Just see what shows up. The Cave of Indecision! There was a place the recluse went when they could not make up their mind on the matter. Though their daughter's life was important, and every choice may matter, they knew that not every choice was theirs to make. It was unfair to saddle her with all their expectations. Sometimes it was best to let destiny choose. They entered the darkness of the cave, feeling soft moss beneath their feet. Once they went far enough back, there was no longer enough light to make out their surroundings. This was far enough. They reached down, taking the first thing they felt into their hands. This is what they would take to the witch. Oh, we got pumpkin again. I was hoping for a different color at least. Oh well, that's what I get for not choosing, I guess. Alright. We'll just do with wealth. That's fine. Alright, what is the name for this daughter? She is turning out surprisingly like like Kinoko. Because she was also my robust cooking girl. That's a little funny, actually. But she was also pumpkin colored. And got the pan. Let's see. Pumpkin colored child. A nice little robust girl. How about Harriet? think Harriet's not bad. Let me make sure I spelled that correctly. Yeah, that works. That works, that works. Alright, Harriet it shall be. And she walked away, only fate knowing if the two should ever meet again. Alright, cultivation time. Alright, obviously we have no money, but that's fine. While tapping some trees one day, you overhear a noise. It sounds like the clinking of coins and dice. Before long, you manage to track down the source. A wingless fairy sitting in the eye of a tree. A human. Oh no! Now I'll be forced to gamble. The fae cried out unconvincingly. I'm the dice fae, you see. I have no choice but to gamble with every human that passes by. You even get to pick the stakes. The rules are simple. If I roll a 5 or less, I win. But if I roll a 6 or higher, well, that means you win. Compelling, right? Gambling with a fairy. Eh, what the hell, why not? What do you want to offer? I have a coin. A significant bag of substrate. Molly! Hello! Let me get you that. Shout out. Alright, hello readers! I'm Katara Kaelin, art enthusiast, occasional sculptor, cat girl extraordinaire, and today we are playing Mushroom Musume. It is a game that just recently released, and I adore it. It's very cute. It's very, very cute. So right now, we are playing as the recluse, and we are raising a little mushroom daughter. We came across a fairy, a gambling fairy, who is asking what we would like to wager. So we could either offer a coin, a significant bag of substrate that our daughter needs to eat, a finger, or a daughter. Wager our sanity. That one might be a little bit more difficult. Let's see. I think we're gonna go ahead and save over Melody's first one. Or we could save over Kinoko's because they're the same color, and that'd just be funny. Wager your sanity because it's gone? Oh no. I take it went very poorly. The fights. We were playing Deltarune, right? I take it that went very poorly. Oh, my condolences. Let's see. So right now our daughter is very robust, and that's about it. Made it pretty far, but after 2 hours brain dead. I understand. Trust me, I understand. I understand far too well. Far too well. So you should totally play Sekiro, right? Oh, my head's clipping through my head. Sekiro. It's difficult. When I'm happy that I beat a boss after just an hour, or even just after 2 hours, you know it's bad. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Do you guys remember how many hours it took me to beat the final boss? Jevil took you 4. But now you have him as a plushie. So now you can torture him, right? I kind of spent a lot of resources. I don't really want to go for the daughter one this time. How about a finger? You don't torture the poor guy. He's too cute. Aww. But where's your cuteness aggression? I could use the money. Or just food. Oh, cuteness aggression. It's for people who see cute things and it's like, I must attack. It's too cute. I must do something. I don't really understand it personally, but some people have it very, very strongly, apparently. Man, I just can't decide. Bucket a finger. Well, if you're going to gamble with a fairy, you might as well get a keepsake out of it, one way or another. The fairy grins. In fact, you swear you can't even see him lick his little lips. This unsettles you. You have the cuddles cute things emotion. Understandable. He's so cute. I want to eat him up. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's about it, Coffee. It's been a while since anyone's given me one of those. Good luck, human. Then he casts the die. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Oh, barely. We barely get to keep our finger. Let's go. When the die lands on his 6, you can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fairy, on the other hand, seems upset. Not again. He whines, slapping himself on the forehead with a 3-fingered hand. Man, I hope this one grows back. Without further complaints, the fairy quickly did what he had to do to deliver the recluse their prize. A fairy's pinky finger. So tiny, and yet, surely it held a vast quantity of magic. Regardless, you walk away pleased. You will have to show your prize off to the girl when you get home. Maybe you'll even let her have a bite. A flock of hungry birds have been harassing both your crops and your daughter recently. In fact, they've become quite the nuisance. Fetch your bow, ignore the birds, or purchase some poison and forcibly evict the foul sky rats. I don't have enough money for that. So we're just gonna get food again! Yay! You retrieve your bow and are lucky to leave with not 1 but 2 birds from the flock. They shouldn't show up again for a while. You and your daughter may rest. Nothing more could have been done to the birds. The matter was laid to rest. Here's my daughter. Please be cute. Please be cute. Please be cute. I'm okay with this. Your daughter changed in the night. You awaken one morning to the sound of something moving about your home. Your daughter has grown a pair of sturdy legs. Let's see. She's underdeveloped and bland. Perfect. No notes. She's just a mushroom creature. Her quality is also pretty low. That's okay. Alright, she rummages through her belongings. Her demeanor seems cute and helpful, often following you as you go about your daily tasks. Encourage her cooperation, spend time nurturing her environment, or motivate her to do something safer. I don't want her growing up the same as her sister, so how about we spend time nurturing her environment? You decide that now is the best time to promote her growth, spending extra effort in improving her living conditions. Your daughter seems to appreciate the attention and emotes cheerfully. Did that give us another heart? It did. The decision being made, life continued. One evening you hear the light knocking at your door. Quite a rare occurrence. Peeking through the window, you witness none other than the Witch of the Woods standing on the doorstep of your humble hut. Could she be here for a visit, or to settle a debt? Alright, so normally I would say introduce her to your daughter, because I just really like letting them have that connection. However, because we also did that with Kinoko, and I really want to make sure that they're properly different from each other, we're gonna privately request this stipend. Just get a little bit of money. Just be like, hey, Madam Witch, I know you gave me a daughter and everything, and I kind of gave you all my money for the daughter as payment. But can I get some money, please? Pretty please. Not quite sure of her intentions, you decide to speak with the witch somewhere else. After telling your daughter to stay put, you greet the witch at the door. The two of you take a walk through the woods, partaking in light conversation. You decide that you feel comfortable asking the witch for a stipend, as something to help raise this child. She shrugs in acceptance, handing you a small parcel of coins. At the next clearing, she takes her leave in a seemingly random direction. The decision being made, life continued. Also, Molly, I agree. Babies are gross. You awaken only to discover that your daughter is covered in tiny parasitic creatures. For the sake of her health, you should probably find a way to get rid of the little pest. Why is she just turning into Kinoko again? What the heck? Okay, just... Look at this. Look at this. Do you see the little bugs? Do you see these? The little bugs? The little bugs all over her? She got the parasites! She also got the parasites! What is this? The same color, the same traits. What is going on? This is ridiculous. It's so silly. What is going on? Don't become a chicken of the woods too, please. I need you to be different from your sister. Please. Oh my goodness. So she's all organic, leave them be. That's what happened to Kinoko. Encourage her to embrace the change, give the child a thorough rinse, or buy some fine herbal pesticides. Well, we have a little bit of money, so we could buy the pesticides. We don't have a whole lot. Or just give her a thorough rinse. We don't have that much money, though. So just give her a good old rinse. Just rinse her out. It'll be fine. After a moment of contemplation, you gather the requisite components for a soapy bath. Your daughter, thankfully, seems to enjoy the experience. The creatures are dealt with. The decision being made, life continued. Right. I think she'll probably look the same for now. Cute! Your daughter has changed in the nights. I think that is what Kinoko looked like. Oh no! One morning you notice that your daughter is nowhere to be seen. After some searching, you find a massive clump of mushrooms resembling your daughter protruding in a small clearing. Brushing away some of the freshly turned soil around, you can see the top of your daughter's head, having seemingly undergone a transformation. She twitches in response to your probing and shifts until the earth again covers her head. Wait for her. That's what we did last time. Buy her a nice gift to celebrate, or dig her out! Become gloomy, dig her out! We could probably just buy her a nice gift to celebrate. Be like, look, you've transformed! Would you like something nice and pretty? Let's do that. Let's see how high the affection can get. Oh, her quality is slowly going up. I don't know how much more we can really get it up, but buy her a nice gift. I think she'd like that. Today feels like a momentous achievement, so you tell your daughter you are going to the village to buy her a present. At the mention of presents, she quickly unburies herself, revealing that she has now taken the form of a young girl. The two of you head back to prepare for a trip into town. And we are out of money. That's okay. At her request, you take your daughter out for a nice meal. And despite some strange looks from the locals, she thoroughly enjoys the outing. The decision being made, life continued. And now we're out of money. You've been irresponsible with your funds. One more necessary expense and you won't have enough food to survive. You are loath to interact with others, but you may have to find some work in town. Suck it up and get to work. You'd rather die poor than get a job, and you just might. We're just gonna get to work. You swallow your pride and head to the village to do manual labor. Let's go. Look how high that fiction is. It's demeaning work, but the fruits of your labor will ensure you and your daughter will survive another day. The decision being made, life continued. You realize that, buried in your new goal, you've forgotten to feed yourself. Or procure any human food, really. What seems like the most nutritious option? To the woods for foraging! To the village, their market has many enticing goods. Or sneak morsels away from your charge. No. I'm not being a bad parent this time. Although, funny enough, the one time when I did this, this was back in the demo days, I was trying my best to be a very bad parent. And so I was like, oh, I need food. Here, let me just take some from my daughter. And I still ended up having the level, the close bond trait, like a loving parents trait. And it's like, how did that happen? It was very funny. Foraging, or yeah, foraging. You know where to find food. It's been something you've never struggled with previously. It's part of you, and nothing can change that. Not even a mushroom. Making your way to your favorite nook, you quickly find what you were after. Of course, the generous bounty of treats for your daughter is a nice bonus. The decision being made, life continued. An end? One night you find yourself struggling to sleep. Your mind wanders as you consider your current place in life. You've lived peacefully with your daughter for many moons. Initially, it was strange. Well, it never stopped being strange, but you were always thankful for the company. Besides, the affection you felt for her was like any parent would feel towards their child. That was normal, at least. Your thoughts turned to the concept of time, particularly how you were once alone, and how you are afraid that you will be again someday. Your daughter has had more and more curiosities about the outside world. It's only a matter of time before she wants to strike her own path. You hope you will be fulfilled now. You hope you've done enough. Ultimately, you find comfort in what you've done. You may have had many failures in your life, but there's one thing you know you can die proud of. Gain trait. Great appeal. Nice. And a new beginning. Telling the recluse that you wanted to see more of the world wasn't an easy conversation. As they grew older, you worried about leaving them on their own. Thankfully, your concerns were unwarranted. They were happy that you had grown enough to want to move out. They even offered to help you build your own home. Close to theirs, you were welcome to visit any time, obviously. Faster than you would have anticipated, the two of you built your home together. They showed you all their tricks they knew, and made sure to impart as much knowledge as they possibly could. Finally, the day arrived. You were officially on your own. You were scared a little, but also excited. It felt like a new chapter was just beginning for you. Gain trait loving parents. Yay, she is different. Rooty pumpkin chanterelle. Even though it looks like booty. Oh, she's very cute. I might have to add her too. This might be bad if I decide I'm going to draw all of my mushroom daughters. and then every time I play it, I'll just line them all up on the screen. Just like here, we have them, and it just keeps filling up. It would be funny. It would be funny if I did that. Alright. You need to lurk and brain reset? Understandable. Go play Pal World. Or not, you know. Get yourself mentally prepared for the midnight release of the update, right? Nap time, full reset. Understandable. Between fan and temperature, following a stream is hard. That's okay, all. It's okay. Despite some initial uncertainty, you find that your new home may even be nicer than the recluse's shack. Huh, not as robust as I expected. Very good mycelium. I'm quite happy about that. Your first days living outside your parents' home are occasionally daunting, but also filled with possibility. What would you like to do? Alright, we're just gonna overwrite right here. Alright, home, woods, expedition, town, or countryside. I don't think we've really done many countryside ones. Kinoko basically did expeditions the entire time. Let's see, what traits does she have right now? Oh, I can't really look. That's fine. How about... Or she could just be a homebody. Just be like, I like being home. Home sounds great. You know what? Sure, home. One day while at home, you're surprised to hear a knock at your door. Typically, you don't receive many guests, so this is quite unusual. The stranger is a woman with broad shoulders and a grease-covered leather apron. Behind her, she hauls a cart laden with goods. Aha! I knew you'd be out here. She looks you over with a big smile. If I know anything, it's that a rugged outdoors woman like yourself could always use a new toy, eh? Toys? Is she a toy maker? You watch her gently lean her cart against the ground, lifting its cover to reveal its contents. Weapons! A girl's best friend, she exclaims. And for a small fee, you can make a new friend today. You begin to look through her wares. Maybe there's something you could use? How much money do I have? Okay, I have two money. And 2 soma. Your body's made of a useful resource, but you must be mindful to not give too much of yourself away. Yusa gives you a little snack for later at least, even though I've never been able to actually use those snacks, so... yeah. Okay, and we just have the loving parent card. And great appeal! You're naturally charming and people seem to love you. Cute. Buy a sword, cost 3 coins. No! Leave a coin? Why would I do that? Are there any other services you offer? Just chat for a while. Or goodbye. Ah, I'm so sad I only have 2 coins. Buying a sword would be fantastic. I don't want to leave a coin. That seems... no. I don't want to do that. Are there any other services you offer? Or just chat for a while? Could definitely just talk for a bit. I mean, my girl is quite charming, so... I was thinking about getting her humanity score up. Might not be bad. Services for chatting. What other services? Nah, not unless you consider holding on to your money for a service. If you have too much of it, that is. She said it like it was half a joke, but also half serious. The crafted like arm is hard work. Make something and have to sell it. If I had a little more money, I could buy nice materials and make better pieces. But you need gold to make gold. The thing is that I have like no money, and getting more money is very unreliable in this game. With a shockingly smooth wink, she adds, I know nothing in this world's for sure, but if you do have some spare coin, I guarantee I'll pay you back in time. And then some. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. You may have convinced me. You may have convinced me there. You know what? Sure. Let's do 2. Let's just give her all our money. Be like, okay, you've convinced me. Wow, I wasn't expecting you to take me up on it. I'll take it real serious though, I promise. I'll put this gold to work for you. Okay, I don't have any money now. Take a coin. And let's just chat for a while. Nice. I was really worried that we'd be locked out of this. It must be lonely always being on the move. You figured the craftswoman would be happy to have a moment to just chat, as friends do. Thankfully, you find she takes the conversation very easily. Before you know it, she finds a tangent to speak of. Have you heard about that big gala that the town throws at the end of the year? I've always wondered if I'd have fun there, but honestly, I doubt they'd even let me in. After a lengthy discussion, you decide to change the topic. Am I hearing that she's another romanceable? And why is it I should give you my gold exactly? Being crafted like I am is hard work. You make something and have to sell it. Okay. So that was the same, and I think we're done. I don't want to use a nope card, but I don't have enough money to buy anything. A simple shield stands out to you amongst her wares. It is made of just wood, and the strap is uncomfortable against your arm, but it would serve you well, you're sure. She looks down at your money for a second before looking up with a grimace. There's not enough here. Unfortunately, I'm not charity. Maybe next time? Probably same with the sword. A simple sword stands out to you. It is slightly uneven, and there are minor defects in the metal, but it feels good in your hands. Okay, I guess goodbye. Man, I hope we don't have to use our nope card on this. Oh, goodbye. Deciding that you are done with her services, you simply bid farewell to the wandering craftswoman. She walks away with a hearty wave, saying she'll see you again soon. Oh, wrong thing. Do we still have our nope card? Nope, it did get used. That sucks. That sucks. Oh well. You awake one night to the light of a full moon and the eerie sound of singing. As if your body isn't your own, the cool night air is drawn over your flesh upon leaving the house. And just outside, you see a group of tiny fairies are dancing and singing inside a ring of spreaded mushrooms. One of them spots you watching and motions you closer. Go back to bed. Go forward and play with the fairies, or try to capture some of them. I think we should just play with the fairies. Really? So I still have the music for the Revenger tale? Weird. Very weird. I really wonder why I have the music, but the other things reset. Huh. Their song and dance pull you in, and soon you're fully entranced. As time moves forward, so do you. The fairies guide you deep into the woods. You wonder if you're going somewhere secret. One of the fairies makes an odd noise, then they all scatter, leaving behind faint trails of lights and the echoes of tiny laughter. The little fave left you in the middle of the woods, and you spend the rest of the night trying to find your way home. While aimlessly wandering one day, you decide that the best use of your time would be to do some scouting, not the stupid flower again. I swear this flower's showing up like every time for my last 3 daughters. Or is it 4 now? It shows up a lot for me. It's crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have my nope card anymore because it got used up on the shop. Which is unfortunate, but... Pick the flower or leave it. I do have more robustness this time. But if it tries to eat me... You know what? I think she's just gonna leave it. I could use some money for the crafts lady, though. Will the craftsman lady like it, or... Nah, better to just leave this one. Robustness 30 isn't that high. As you contemplate this flower, you realize you have never before seen one quite like it. It felt wrong to kill something that, even if it was only a plant, some people would claim that you are only a plant after all. Botanicals must stick together. You continue exploring for a while. When you tire, you walk home with the comfort of knowing that you are, if nothing else, polite to fellow plants. The night sky is clear and beautiful as you sit on a stump atop a small hill looking up. Something catches your eye and you notice a streak of a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. Wish to be blessed with delicious food. Wish for the people of the kingdom to have peaceful lives. Wish to grow stronger. Wish for rain. Wish for the star itself. Or wish to stay in good health. Oh, my poor moldy doomed girl. She wished to stay in good health and then immediately got sick because she rolled a 1. My poor girl. I just felt so bad for Noelle. She had the worst life. It took 155 days for Duolingo to think teaching you numbers was a good idea. Oh, only 155 days? Could wish for delicious food. Or for the star itself. She's not... She doesn't really have any particular... Like anything particular she's really going for. Let's wish for the star itself. Why not? You eagerly wait to see if your outrageous wish was granted. Dang, you probably have to get a 10, huh? As the tail of the shooting star fades away, you suddenly feel something land on your head. Is it the star? Nope. Bird poop. Maybe you'll have better luck next time. You feel a crisp breeze. The heat is relenting. Trees are changing in color. Fall has arrived. The change in weather has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? I'm gonna stay home. One evening, you witness a strange occurrence as you approach your home. A pair of humans are huddled in a nearby bush, watching your house intently. Eyes locked on the strange abode, they don't notice your approach. It appears they are here to spy on you? You, in turn, find a wooded spot nearby to sit and observe the pair. They don't appear to be armed, but carry large oblong packs and travel gear. How strange. After several minutes of observation, you consider what to do about these humans. Just walk up and greet them, or wait for them to leave. Let's just greet them. We are lovable after all. Finally deciding they don't pose a threat, you casually walk towards the hiding spot, calling out a friendly greeting as you approach. They turn to you wide-eyed in amazement. He really is here, one yelps. She actually speaks! The other chimes in excitedly. They look like academics, field researchers. Still confused, you inquire what it is exactly they want from you, which leaves them at a bit of a loss. To, see you, I suppose. Well, we wanted to... The second researcher interrupts. To see the legendary mushroom creature of the witchy woods. To explain to you that they seek out unexplainable events. concerning unknown creatures and simply look into the matter. How curious. Oh, we really should be heading out, one says nervously. It's said the witch of the woods kills any human who wanders the woods at night. You wave them away uncertainly, considering the creatures they spoke of, yet undiscovered, unique encounters. It's strangely fascinating. With the unusual experience still occupying your thoughts, you retire for the day. Walking around the village one day, you overhear a gaggle of fun-sized humans giggling the time away. You'll gradually sneak up on them and get close. Remarkably close. And it's the stinking tooth fairy one again. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. I don't want to do tooth fairy stuff, so we're gonna... Nah. Coming to your senses, you realize self-mutilation with the goal of financial betterment is asinine, to say the least. Plus, you quite like your mouth space and aren't too keen on disrupting the mojo within. Maybe you'll just have to take one of those munchkin's teeth someday. For science. While on expedition to a nearby swamp, you lose track of time. Okay, the same ones! The sun has already set in the sky, and the trees surrounding you seem much more menacing now. As you contemplate your situation, try and figure out what the best thing to do is. Sleep in an abandoned building, keep cool and calmly evaluate, look for help, wander through the woods, or follow a random road. Abandoned building! Let's go! On a quick look around, you manage to locate a strange old building. It's ornate but dilapidated. You also discover that there is nothing preventing a young mushroom from entering. Inside, the building is quiet and dark. Feeling around, you finally find an area that seems suitable to sleep on. Though you have some reservations about sleeping somewhere like this, inevitably, your tiredness wins. The morning light hits your eyes and causes you to stir. This calm awakening is soured, however, upon noticing an audience amassed around you. A full audience. In the sunlight, you recognize this building for what it is. A church. The congregants having filled in the pews, sitting silently as they observe you. That's just creepy. That is terrifying. A poor little mushroom girl just goes around her daily business, gets a little lost, finds a place, decides to sleep there, and then in the morning, there's just an entire crowd of people just around her. None of them woke her up. None of them was like, "Excuse me, miss. Excuse me. We're about to do something in here. I'm afraid we're gonna wake you up. Can I help you find somewhere a little better to sleep?" No. We're all just gonna gather in here. Apparently tiptoeing so as to not wake her up. And just watch her. That is terrifying. That is creepy and terrifying. Gain trade worshipped. Okay. We went from great appeal to worshipped. All right. And we are still at relative obscurity somehow. When you rise, they fill the building with applause, but you quickly rush out, unsure of what you've gotten yourself into. A chilling breeze greets you one morning, heralding the approach of winter. With the end of the year approaching, you find yourself considering your aspirations. You want to accomplish something significant, you decide. Something you'll remember. Dangerous quest, charming evening at the gala, or not pursue anything. I want to see if... sure, we'll save over that one. I just want to see dangerous quests. Okay, we're not going to do that. It's only slay a terrible beast, and we are not prepared for that. So, charming evening at the gala. Recently, you've garnered enough attention in the area to be invited to a high-class event. This could be an opportunity to celebrate the year, or invite someone you wish to grow closer with. Can we? Aw, come on! Man. was really, really hoping that we could invite the crafts lady, or the craftsman lady. I was really hoping. I guess because she hasn't returned our money yet. She did kind of just up and disappear with it. That sucks. I should not be drinking soda for hydration. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. I should be drinking my actual water. Not Dr. Pepper. Okay. I was just thinking about the music thing. Here, sorry. I did just save. Okay. Did I... Wait, where's... Darn it, I can't look at the almanac right now. I can go to the main menu. That's fine. Go to the almanac, go to my daughters. No, she's not on here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Revenger music. I have no idea. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Never mind. I had an idea, but it was wrong. Okay. Sure. We're gonna go to the gala. I think we're gonna go alone. I don't really want to invite the recluse this time. Like, we could, but just given that she's so charming, I want to see if she'll, like, connect with anybody there. So, attend the gala alone. The gala sounds intimidating enough as it is. You don't feel the need to overcomplicate things. You decide you'll attend alone. It might be lonely, but you hope you'll have a pleasant evening. The event isn't until the end of the year. At least you have plenty of time to prepare yourself. The chill in the air has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? I think we're gonna stay home again. There's a knock at your door. When you go to answer it, you see a man dressed in an elegant black suit. Are you the fungal woman of the woods? He asks, as though seeing you in the mushy flesh was not enough. My employer wishes to invite you to a small dinner gathering. She's heard much about you, and thinks her guests would relish the chance to actually be acquainted with you. You stand there slightly in shock, as the man proceeds to outline the details of the event. When you should arrive, what sort of clothing you should wear. Oh, do you wear clothing? I'll have to double check dress code, etc. Finally, after handing you a small scrap of paper with elegant writing on it and bidding you adieu, the man leaves your doorstep. You think about the event that's been described to you, and ultimately come to a decision. Well, of course we have to go. Attend the event and simply be yourself. You have learned not to meddle in the affairs of humans. No, we can go. We can go. Trust. We're charming. It'll be fine. You figure why not? If they would like to meet you, you should be kind enough to allow that. On the day of the event, you gather yourself. You have nerves, of course, but that's only natural. You make your way to the party. When you arrive, you see dozens of people dressed in monocles and other strange clothing items that don't seem to serve any practical purpose. They're all sitting at a long rectangular table, spotted with food dishes that you couldn't even begin to guess the identity of. A woman eventually greets you with an excited shriek. Oh, you are just darling! Oh, butler, please fetch a drink for our guest and have her seated. You figure this is the host and thank her for your invitation. She moves to sit next to you at the large table and ends up keeping you company for the rest of the night. Over the course of the evening, she introduces you to everyone. No, we failed! Oh, so sad. She introduces you to everyone around the table. Most seem charmed by you if a little bored, until you get to one particularly rude man. He shoves his bony index finger in your face.
Goodness, this is the worst one yet. Where do you keep finding these beasts?
The host seemed displeased at this outburst and excused the man from the premises, but you were left with a feeling of discomfort after that. It's an interaction you find yourself thinking about as you walk home, and sometimes at night when you try to fall asleep. Ah, well. Such rude people are out there.
They're like, ew, beasts, how beastly.
Also, how am I the worst one yet? I'm a beautiful mushroom girl. How can they not appreciate me? I thought our charm would hold up better than that, but maybe our mycelium was just a bit too low. I was hoping that our relatively high humanity would help, but oh well. One day, while attending to some foraging business in the woods, you make a strange discovery. What else is new? You go to retrieve some fruit from a low shrub, but as you move a branch, you notice something out the corner of your eye. A glint of metal. Metal? It could be a lost item belonging to some human, or it could be something valuable for you to keep. You go to move closely, examine the item, and have a realization. It's probably a trap. Before you is a perfectly sculpted copper hand. As you lean in to look for any marks that could betray its origin, you realize the hand is connected to a body. The thing before you is unbelievable. It's as if someone had taken a person and plated them with copper. You wonder if this is the case for a second, but reel with horror when you see it move. The being stands up. Surely plated copper could not move with such fluidity. You hear a sound, as if the thing was speaking. Love that. You are unsure of what to say. The thing seems confused at your confusion for a moment, before snapping her fingers in thought. She stretches one arm up, touches the back of her head, then cheerfully speaks. Sorry, I totally forgot to adjust my translator. Can you understand me now? You find yourself shocked for a moment at the chipper disposition of whatever this thing is. While your response is slightly delayed by shock, you confirm to her that you technically understand what she's saying. This information brings her joy, which results in a little hop, an exclamation of the phrase, "Woo!" Her excitement is contagious. When she claps her hands in yours, you can't help but jump with joy with her. Being this close to her, you get a chance to examine this being more closely. Once you look behind her glistening coat, you can see her physical characteristics more clearly. She's petite, thinly stocked and standing just slightly shorter than you, with similarly numbered and proportioned limbs. Though her face is human-like in nature, it is not precise. Spotting the differences in human faces was occasionally challenging to you, but something about hers felt a little off. Maybe an eye too many? And do humans ever normally have those little antennae? You are quickly snapped out of your thoughts as the being asks you a question. So, are you a member of the dominant species on this planet? I love a tour guide if you want to show me what people do for fun around here. You consider her request for a second. What do people do for fun? Well, you suppose you have a couple of ideas. Show her what your daily life is like. Show her what a specific human's daily life is like. Show her the village, or encourage her to leave your woods. I think a specific human's daily life. However, it is time once again for a 3-minute break, so please get up, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you all again very soon. I'm so sorry for that timing, Phil. I'm so sorry. I even snoozed the ads once. But we have an alien friend. An alien friend for our charming little daughter. All right. Well, anyways, guys, 3 minutes. I'll see you again very soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. Oh, and if anybody doesn't know who Vil is, please go check him out. He's a fantastic streamer. All right. So you're prepping dinner. What you making? Anything good? I just ran over a corner. I hate when I do that. Back. All right. But what are you making? I need to know. I need to know. What kind of food? What kind of delicious, wonderful dino food? All right. And show her what a specific human's daily life is like. We're gonna go visit our parents. Ooh, chicken, mushrooms, and lima beans. That sounds really good. Any particular spices? The dominant species? You suppose that would be humans if you understand what she's asking. You're not one of them, but you do know one of them, now that you think about it. Without any further hesitation, you tell her that you can lead her to the most important one you know. Wait, are you like actually taking me to your leader? I didn't think that actually happens! She exclaims as you grab her by the hand and lead her through the woods. You, of course, explain to her that they're not your leader, just your parent. You're reasonably sure these are different things, at least. This sparks a lively discussion about what a parent is exactly. She seems to have a slightly different perspective than yours. Something about forges and great plains? But it allows the two of you to happily reminisce on your way to the recluse's hut. When you arrive, you mark your presence by excitedly knocking at the door twice, then simply barging in. The recluse is standing nearby, stewing something dark upon their simple stove. They are surprised to see you for a moment, and then even more surprised to see your travel companion, but they manage to calm down quickly enough. Wow, so this is the dominant species, huh? Like, what do you guys call yourselves? The copper girl exclaims, leaning in to examine them more closely. To their credit, the recluse seems unfazed by this somewhat blunt method of questioning. No, we failed something. They begin to explain that they are a human, then the subject turns to you, particularly the matter of your creation. The recluse takes joy in recalling their encounters with the Witch of the Woods, then goes on to nostalgically detail your upbringing. Of course, you are a little embarrassed by the sudden attention, and unfortunately your guest seems perhaps a little left out. She awkwardly sits there, nodding politely when it is appropriate and chuckling at any little jokes the recluse makes. When the recluse invites the both of you to join them for dinner, you accept, but the copper girl declines. That sounds like so cool, but I think I'm gonna go look to see if there's any, anything else going on around here? Her voice lifts slightly at the end of the sentence, but you don't really think she's asking a question. You let the recluse say goodbye to her as she skitters off to find something a little more exciting. But at least it was a nice excuse to visit your parent. Did my potency go down from that? I think it did. I'm not dating a mushroom alien. I am a mushroom. I am playing as my daughter. This is Harriet. You can see 4 of my other daughters right there. So from the left, we have Egliette, Melody. Then we have Kinoko, the one who has the same color as Harriet. And then we have Noelle, my depressed moldy girl. It's okay. Even my mushroom girls eat mushrooms, so it's fine. You are fine eating mushrooms. Seasoned with salt, pepper, then made a sauce with soy sauce, rice wine, and hoisin. Ooh, that sounds good. She is a moldy girl failure. Like, actually, that is exactly what she is, and it was a real struggle keeping her alive. She died way too many times on me. Way too many times on me. Way too many times. Did I mention that she's a doomed girl too? So sometimes, no matter what, she will just roll a 1. So she's actually just a multi-girl fail. She's my precious girl failure. Who could barely stay alive. So you like plays a generation of shrooms? Kind of. So you start off the game by playing as the recluse, choosing traits. Well, not really choosing traits, but making different decisions in raising your daughter. And then once she's grown up to move out on her own, then you start playing as the daughter. And you get to see how her life turns out. So like Harriet here, she has great appeal. You're naturally charming and people seem to love you. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem to have done much good yet. Recluse mentioned casting his spells. Our last daughter was a mage. Who also ended up being very pyrotechnically, I can't think of the right word for it. She liked fire. Our last starter liked fire a lot. Are the shroom stats random? Not entirely. Like there is some randomness here, but the stats are very much based around how you raise her, and then they get altered depending on the different events you encounter. And how you respond to the different events too. Yeah, I really like this game. I played a lot of it in its demo form, and now this is finally the full release. And it is only $15 on Steam. I definitely think it's worthwhile if you like these sort of raising games. You could kind of sort of call it a roguelike, but not really. Just because you do go through multiple iterations. Yeah, I like it. But at least it was a nice excuse to visit your parents. The nearby town is having a big contest tomorrow. The local cooks are all getting together to show off their best dishes. It's open for anyone to compete or just watch. Gather some ingredients, including bits of yourself, and participate. Okay, I don't know what that one. So that one's for coins. Yeah, primarily visual novel. I believe there are 62 endings. And like each girl usually takes about an hour, depending on if you run into some pretty particular events that can take a lot longer. Alright, so ingredients or just go and watch. I think we're gonna participate. It's more fun if you participate. So I'm not sure what that one would be. Maybe that's for like spores. And I don't have any money, so I can't add anything to that one. But yeah, we're gonna participate. You try your hardest to make a wonderful meal, but in the end, you're not very confident about it. You go to town and enter the contest anyway. The judges taste your food and are so unimpressed they only take a bite each. They offer almost no comment before quickly moving on. Disappointed, you head back home after the winner's announced. Oh. My poor girl. She started off with like very little dampness. Dampness is how physically moist she is, and also a murkiness of the soul. Poor girl just keeps getting more and more depressed as the year goes on. Oh, I feel so bad for little Harriet. The Winter Gala draws ever nearer, a perplexing event, and one that you had decided you want to investigate in more detail. On the day of the event, you wake up with a body full of excitement. You do your best to make yourself presentable for the townsfolk. Did you know that humans often don't like dirt? Were they raised in a laboratory or something? When you arrive at the ball, you find the room filled with all kinds of people, mostly humans, but you are under the impression some of those in attendance might be like you, touched by magic in some way. As you grow acclimated to the situation, you realize that you are not particularly sure what one is supposed to do at a ball. Many are dancing, but some are not. There's also been an array of other activities happening as well. Find and thank the host. Speak with one of the other non-humans. Or shove as many snacks into your mouth as possible. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and save. Sure, we'll let Harriet have 3 saves and Kinoko have 3. That's fine. We're the portabella of the ball. Oh! I'm curious about the other non-humans. But I want to find the host. It's only manners to thank the person who invited you. Oof, we rolled a 3. Oh, it's painful. Hey, Cap. How's it going? Oh. Well, this is fine. You guys should go check out Cap too. He's very, very funny. You try to find her. First you ask a nearby guard, and a man with a particularly fancy hat. Unfortunately, you're unable to get anywhere. It seems like she's constantly on the move, and your paths just never align. But then, as you're standing to the side, catching your breath and taking a moment to compose yourself, you hear the clinking of metal delicately being hit against glass. The room falls quiet, everyone turning their attention towards the source of the noise. It appears to be the host. Thank you everyone for attending tonight. This village is a community. We are blessed to all be here to see the start of a new year. Let's all do our best to meet back here again next year. A toast to our village. The others all create their own clinking sounds in response, bringing their various mugs and steins together. After the brief speech, all of the sound that had disappeared from the room returned. It occurred to you that you had not yet partaken in the dancing, and the night was drawing ever closer to a close. Dance! Or never. Dance! Why not? You take the floor. You take the floor. I found a typo. You take to the floor, doing your best to mimic what the others around you were doing. It takes you a moment, but eventually you feel like this is what you were born for. Let's go, we finally got a pass. You spin and weave and duck and dance happily. Eventually others take notice, and everyone on the floor wants a chance to dance with you. Over time, the room grew slightly less full, perhaps a little quieter. It's almost time to leave. Return home. Early to bed, early to rise. Retrieve some more food. For the road. Food for the road. Show off those mushroom moves. Yeah! Clearly, food. You don't go to a ball and not take food. You're about ready to head home, but you decide that there's nothing wrong with loading up a little first. The snack tables are within your grasp, and the snacks are now within your hands. As many as your little mushy fingers can carry. Game trait snacks, let's go! A few people give you funny looks on your way out. You don't particularly mind. You've won the grand prize. Human snack. The walk home is pleasant. You find yourself glad you attended. As you grow older, you look back over your life. Think back to the witch who created you and can't help but wonder if everything met her expectations. You wonder if you were the daughter your parent had hoped for. Ending after all this time. Man, I was really hoping to at least get something different, but oh well. Let's measure what her life was worth. New music bonus. L'amour galant. Underspores. Stat bonuses. Yeah, not very high. Mew me. Hello. Hope you're having a good day so far. Repeat ending bonus. Gotta draw coins. That's fine. And plenty spores for the chanterelle. Unfortunately, no new color this time because we went random and got the pumpkin again. Day's been meh. Ah, it do be that way sometimes. I'm a little sad that our great appeal didn't really seem to work on people very well. Nom. Food. We also got worshipped. It didn't really seem to do anything. I think that's the one thing about this game. It's very hard to like actually go for any particular path because everything is very random, and even if you get an item that you could potentially use somewhere, it's not very often that you actually run across the opportunity to use it. So that's like the one of the very few bad things about this game. Or more disappointing. Are there saves or rewinds? There are saves, but the save slots are fairly... Oh, my mushroom is trying to sprout. So you only get 5 with 6 slots each. So yeah. Not that many. Not that many, especially considering how many branching paths you could potentially have. So, yeah. It's a little disappointing, but... Arow, witch hut. Hello again. How goes your mycological journey? It appears you're beginning to grasp the basics of raising viable spawn. Perhaps you are even starting to feel as though you have outgrown your post? Tell me, do you ever tire of raising a child? Fear not. I'm here to offer you a shortcut, help you bypass that pesky chore known as parenthood. Simply plant 200 spores into this accelerated pot, then meet your fully grown daughter. Be sure to mind the garden. Without your parental guidance, you'll find that it may have more influence upon your child than you're used to. Brittle weed and a caustic bulb. Oh, not very damp. Okay, I'm definitely gonna get rid of the weed. I don't want the weed. Be gone! Oh, weird that reduced dampness. I could try accelerated growth, but I don't really want to do that. Not yet. That's something for later. Let's see, how much does the hardware cost again? Oh, yeah, it's 100 each. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of spendy. I'm good, thanks, man. Let's see, the cabinet. Don't think there's anything I really want in there. Summon! More music! Tragedies and cursing. So now, it already started playing. One more, gotcha! Background, but I'll be honest, I don't like these. I am... Okay, actually the diamonds aren't too bad. Diamonds? Diamond. Diamond. I really just prefer the solid in general. I do like that you can change it though. We love the gacha. I am still... Yeah, diamonds aren't bad. I do think I'm just gonna go back to just solid. I like the solid. I am a big fan. Enable screen toe. Actually, no. Back to game. Gotcha! Note number 15. I think the recluse wrote this. Had to throw out all the goods I forged in the last week. Something clearly spoiled. I didn't exactly feel poisoned, but the other day I saw a baby flying around shooting wildlife. Leather jacket, foul mouth, full diaper, the works. What the heck is that supposed to be referencing? What the heck? Alright. Garden. So the caustic bulb growing. You know what? I might as well just plant another. How about plenty spores? We're gonna put those. How about here? Okay, so those increase robustness. And your daughter will possibly be culinary. Huh? Potency, your daughter will likely be poisonous. Okay, so that's what the caustic bulb did. Cool. Okay, so it's once it gets to a certain point. Or maybe it's just because the bulb is just there. Could try drippy, like a drippy caustic girl. Your daughter will possibly be creepy. A creepy poisonous daughter. And the gold ones were... Your daughter will possibly be bright. Do we want to plant that many? I wonder how many traits you can have at once. Sure, we'll just go with that. Again! Alright. Humble recluse, yada yada yada, yada yada. We want a child. The witch tells me to do stuff. Perhaps struggles to be achieved without presence. Offer me that which embodies the emotion you would provide for your daughter. The recluse pondered for a moment. Alright, poetry. So back to Handmare. Prize gem fragments. Sure, why not? If there's anything worth showcasing, the sheer wonder... Oh, okay, yes. If there was anything worth showcasing, the sheer wonder the recluse would have for their daughter, it was a small glittering fragment they kept secret. Like a brilliant emerald, it glimmered unlike anything else the recluse had ever seen. But even they understood that beneath its surface coursed something ethereal. Returning to the witch, the recluse held out their offering. But the witch holds up her hand in protest. It is a beautiful thing to offer such passion. Merely the intent alone shall suffice. Feeling a tender hollowness, the recluse declined to answer. The second day. Alright, we go meet up with the witch. Alright, next task. There have been some activities I've been meaning to get to. Perhaps you can make yourself useful and cross one off the list for me. Not realizing they were simply serving the witch some time, or saving the witch some time, recluse determined which tasks they were most suited for. Alright, noxious laundry. A surprisingly understated collection of keepsakes, or... Sure, test a selection of elixirs for quality. Why not? Surely the witch wouldn't offer anything that could kill or maim. Right. The recluse tried to clear their head of worries as they carefully sipped. In the end, they did walk away safely, at the very least. Arriving back to their meeting point, the recluse was excited to report their progress to the witch. Ah, very good. How kind of you. After quickly wiping themselves down, the recluse returned to their hut for the remainder of the night. Alright, third day. Time to select a color. And I'm definitely not going to do the Cave of Mystery again. Not the Cave of Indecision. I don't want another pumpkin girl. Oh, okay, I didn't need to do that, but that's fine. Flowers it is. Black pansies, a Stygian omen. Cardinal flowers, a prideful red bloom. Foxglove, purple bell-like blooms. Milkweed, the bright orange herald of the butterflies. Or forget-me-nots, light-hearted blue flowers. So I'm pretty sure this is what I did for Egliette. I'm pretty sure. But fun, but it still doesn't say it's been chosen. That's okay. I'm thinking either black pansies or foxglove. How about black pansies? To some, black pansies meant a storm was brewing, but many others considered them a calming presence. People can be contradictory, though. Nothing is more human than that. As such, the recluse's daughter would have storms and the calms that came before them. Discovered black. The recluse returned to the witch's hut, colored item in hand. She silently took the object, nodding her head to the recluse in recognition. The recluse stood there for a moment unsure, before finally the witch realized what they expected. Okay, payments. Alright, we're gonna do the much later date in the way I choose, just because we haven't done it yet. So, I always feel really, really bad doing this one. But I think it'll be interesting, so we're gonna do it. The recluse told the witch they couldn't repay her, not anytime soon. That is fine, of course. I will collect payment eventually. With the payment settled, the witch simply smiled and handed the recluse a small pot. Humans are tricky, but mushrooms are much more resilient. Consider this an upgrade. Don't worry, eventually she will develop a mind. Simply give her time, as much as she needs. Soon your wish will be in full bloom. Okay, and now we need a name! What's a good name for our dark girl, who I have no idea how she's going to turn out? Dark purple. She's dark and purple. Let's see, we just had Harriet. I've already had a Violet during the demo. We had V. What's a good name? I'm so bad at coming up with names. What's a good name? What are their stats? We don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. You have to name before you know how she's gonna turn out. I was trying to go for like the Mystic Eye ones, so I don't really know what stat that one is. Shrumantha! It's funny, but I kind of want to give her a proper name. Let's see. Popular girl names. Olivia, Emma, Amelia, Charlotte, Sophia. Isabella, Ava, Evelyn, Luna. Top 1000 baby girl names. I do like Sophia. Odette? Odette's pretty good. I don't think I have an Odette yet. I like Odette. Thank you, coffee. Then she walked away, only fate knowing if the two should ever meet again. Chapter 2, Cultivation. Though the recluse was unsure of the specifics. Okay. I think she's gonna turn into like a drippy shroom. It's kind of what it looks like. One day you awake slightly earlier than usual. In your somewhat somnolent state, you hear an ethereal croon originating from your garden. Ooh, we already get a fairy. When you go out, you spotted a small fairy clad in black sitting amongst your crops. Offer a coin to the fairy to gain their favor. Build a small fairy garden in your daughter's room. Catch the fairy to sell, or hunt the fairy for food. What kind of parent do we want to be this time? I kind of want to offer a coin to gain favor. I don't know if that would really work very well. Don't really know what that would do. If we do this, then she gets a little fairy pet. But so far I've only had one interaction with that. Catch the fairy to sell in town, or hunt it. Hunt the fairy. Do we just make her like super feared? Be a kind of bad parent, but just be like, my daughter will grow strong. Yeah, so she's very middle of the road right now, except she is indebted. Eventually the witch will come for you. Okay, let's be a kind of bad parent this time. Hunt the fairy! Let my daughter eat fairy magic food! You know well what to do with strange winged beasts. You fetch your bow, making quick work of the thing. You figure it can be used the same way as a bird. Prepared over fire. Oh, hello, fairy blood. Oh my goodness, okay. So much for enjoying the nice black. You hope that it will infuse your daughter with something special. She's already fae touched. Perhaps this will fuel something in her. The decision being made, life continued. You realize that buried in your new goal, you forgot to feed yourself, or procure any human food, really. What seems like the most nutritious option? We could eat our daughter's food. To the village! Their market has been enticing goods. What was this mushroom for again? Looks tasty. The inkjet printer palette? It's the first time I've seen it. You know, if we're willing to hunt a fairy, anger the fae just to feed my daughter, I don't think I'd also be sneaking morsels away from her. I think we should save this just in case it's a game over. Okay, Aglia, I think this one was her. No, this one's the latest one. Okay, we're gonna save over here then. Okay. What was this mushroom for again? It looks tasty. After thoroughly searching your cupboards again, you realize with defeat there's one thing for you here. You've been taught to never trust witches. As time marches forward, you feel more and more like perhaps you were taken advantage of. You want to be clean of the whole thing. You figure you can strike two birds with one stone. The mushroom is small, but shockingly filling. Mulligan. Yeah, I'm glad I saved. Wait, did that not count as an ending? Wait. Oh gosh, my eyes. Ah! She doesn't even count as a fallen daughter. Jeez. Magical Enterprise, Teacher's Pet. It doesn't even count as an ending. I'm surprised. Okay, well, we're gonna reload. Because we're definitely not going to eat our daughter. Oh my gosh. I guess we're going to the market. I'm just gonna be like, yes. Money. Morsels away from your charge, or... yeah, to the village! There are things you cannot possibly find or make on your own, and sometimes you desire them. Rarely do you indulge, but today is different. Strolling into the market, you find a booth with a particularly interesting food that you've never had before. A strange soup that's thick, hearty, and incredibly spicy. You purchase more than you can eat, and decide to give your child the scraps. They seem to invigorate her. The decision being made, life continued. Alright, hello fairy blood. Your daughter changed! One day you awaken suddenly, discovering that your mushroom has gained enough limbs to propel itself around the house. Alright, she toddles, bumping into objects noisily, and a cute face now shows a vacant expression. Her demeanor seems pensive and unsure, sometimes staring long at unfamiliar objects. Encourage her thoughtfulness. Spend time nurturing her environment, or motivate her to do something more productive. I can go for like the weird eye looking one. Your daughter's development is going better than expected, and you want to promote her inquisitive nature. You gather a collection of unusual things from around your house for her to look at, such as nooks, antiques, and broken tools. She continues to observe the things you bring her for long hours, seemingly finding some enrichment in the activity. Ah, darn. The fairy blood didn't increase her quality that much. She's a fairy blooded mushroom, though. The decision being made, life continued. One evening, you hear a light knocking at your door. A quite rare occurrence. Alright, Witch of the Woods. Definitely going to introduce her to the daughter this time. Because fairy blood. What could go wrong? Alright, awkward small talk. They made a connection. Okay. While tapping some trees one day, you overhear a noise. It sounds like the clinking of coins and dice. Okay. So. It's gamble time. We could do a coin, a significant bag of substrate, a finger, and try and get her like another little fairy trinkets. Or just eating more fairy, honestly, is what that would be. Or gamble a daughter. But I really want to see what she would grow into with just the fairy blood. I don't necessarily want her to become a cordyceps. Do we do a finger? Do we go for the finger again? Try and get more fairy goodness? Or do we try and get some more nutrients? Because I know the fairy loves gambling for dirt. It's his favorite. For the finger. I do want to know what happens if you lose the daughter, but probably just full on lose her. Like, just game over. I don't really want to win it, so it's not a good one. think we're going to try and have her eat as much fairy as possible. All right. Finger time. Rattle, rattle. Ooh, if we lose a finger. When the die lands, you feel a spike of panic that feels truer than anything you've ever known. A 1. Of course that was what was going to happen. With a wide grin, the fairy applauds. Hooray! This is my favorite part. I've always wondered why you humans are so quick to bargain limbs, but that's no skin off my nose, at least. You close your eyes and hold out your hand, hoping that the fairy takes his winnings quickly. To your pain and relief he does. You feel a sharp pain, then a phantom sensation that implies that your pinky is no longer yours. You curse him before retreating, clutching your hand gingerly. Something's happening. It's a child? Oh, she's so cute. Oh, I didn't realize that her top was see-through before. I didn't notice that. That's really cute. One morning, you notice that your daughter's nowhere to be seen. After an hour of searching the nearby area, you find her sitting alone in a familiar clearing. To your surprise, the creature has now taken the form of a young girl. You feel relieved to confirm that the witch hadn't betrayed you. At your approach, she turns and smiles at you before continuing to thoughtfully stare into space. Sit with her in silence, buy her a nice gift to celebrate, tell her it's time to go home. It has the I, therefore, I. I'm surprised we're still at 3 affection. She's underdeveloped and simple. That's not good. You do wonder what your daughter's thinking about so intently, but decide not to disturb her. Taking a seat next to her, you appreciate the beauty of the forest and spend time thinking lovingly of your daughter. After nearly an hour, she stands up and heads back home, seemingly finished with her introspection. The decision being made, life continued. You had been taking very good care of yourself, and you find yourself so worn out that even leaving the house is a challenge. If you continue on without regard for your own stamina, you might very well die. Stay in bed. I do want to see what will happen if we say, we'll sleep when we're dead. You scrounge up the last of your energy and pull yourself out of bed. You can't afford to spare even a single day of work, no matter the cost. The decision being made, life continued. A flock of hungry birds have been harassing both your crops and your daughter recently. In fact, they've become quite the nuisance. Ignore the birds. Use some food to feed the birds. Poison! You know what? We don't have the stamina, so we're gonna do the poison route this time. Forcibly evict the foul sky rats. After a quick trip to the market, you scatter the poisoned feed, watching within the coming weeks as the birds grow weak. Slowly they perish, one by one, like ebony angels rebuked from on high. You delight in the graduating silence, the bliss that comes without their hideous squawking. The consequence of their actions brings a smirk to your face each time one drops, and you're diligent in reassuring your daughter just how much they deserved it. Plus, it's a proper lesson for her in how to deal with vermin. Nothing more could be done to the birds. The matter was laid to rest. One can only juggle all their different debts for so long. Today is the day when all of your balls came crashing down. Between keeping the girl fed and your own affairs, things had started to slip away from you. You realized you had no choice but to spend the day trying your best to settle some of your problems. Well, if I have no choice... No nutrients, no finances, no stamina. I love this. This is terrible. You work diligently, taking care of all things that need to be taken care of. And yet we have 4 affection. With all your conflicting affairs a little more organized, life continued. An end? One night you find yourself struggling to sleep. Your mind wanders as you consider your current place in life. You've lived peacefully with your daughter. Okay, yeah, we love our daughter, but she wants to go. Gain trait poisonous, hallucinogenic, And great appeal. How? Welcome back. Welcome back. Went to eat outside so you could spend an hour in the calm. Understandable. Telling the recluse that you wanted to see more of the world wasn't an easy conversation. As they grew older, you worried about leaving them on their own. Thankfully, your concerns were unwarranted. They were happy you had grown enough to want to move out. They even offered to help you build your own home, close to theirs. You were welcome to visit any time, obviously. Faster than you would have anticipated, the two of you built your home. Okay, New chapter. And we somehow got loving parents. Adet. A volatile fairy-blooded fly... agaric? I've heard of fly amida. Fly... agaric. Okay, so it's normally red capped with little white specks. It's kind of like the classic poisonous mushroom. Or at least the look of it. Okay, the psychoactive fly agaric mushroom. I see. What a nice mushroom for my fairy-blooded child. Despite some initial uncertainty, you find that your new home may even be nicer than the recluse's shack. Alright. My daunting first days. Let's see. We have really high humanity. And potency. Pretty low robustness. Well, not low robustness. Fairly low mycelium. Don't worry, girl, you'll become damper. Don't worry about it. The town encounters are kind of my least favorite. Could definitely do the woods. Expeditions, countryside. What kind of girl should she be? We haven't really done many countryside ones. Could always do woods. The expeditions always sound the most fun. But... or... revisit a strange location. Take me to the abandoned dungeon. In your sleep you have a dream. You can hear the call of adventure, singing to you sweetly from the nearby mountains. In the morning when you awake, do you pick up? Yes. A thin coat of mist cools your face as you trace along the edge of the river near your home. You walk in the direction of a nearby mountain range. Before you've traveled very far, you realize you are at the foot of the mountain. Hiking feels like more effort than you are willing to put in, but you find yourself drawn to wandering about the base. The mountain ascends quickly in this area, with mossy stone rising as high as you can see. Game's been good. We had a good daughter. She ended up being colored the same as Kinoko and almost had the exact same opening, but did end up differentiating herself a bit, so that was good. She ended up going to the ball and danced the night away and had a glorious time. The forest, as always, is full of life. A bird sings this lonely song from the top of a fir tree. A trail of ants dance at your feet, and a badger makes brief eye contact with you as it passes through some hay and moss into the side of the mountain. When you approach to investigate, you realize that there's actually a door frame leading into the stone. Pushing through the long strands of moss that obscure the entrance, you realize that there's a large mined-out space within. Looking around the space, you notice several points of interest. Alongside stones, the other typical debris you'd expect of a cave are decrepit furniture items, rotted wood benches, stone tables, and many other pieces that are no longer identifiable can be spotted. Stepping into the room further, you notice a golden podium in front of a slightly raised round of stone. How curious. Without hesitation, you step onto the circle and more closely investigate the podium. though the vast majority of the podium is brushed gold, or at least meant to look like it. You find that there is an oval of dark glass. A light is lit beneath the surface. How peculiar. Alright, so here's number 2, which takes us to a sort of night market-ish area. Also, since you got buy new fans, you think you'll bite the bullet and move for a new GPU next month? Let's go! Right, question mark. As your eyes adjust to the dim embers of a latent torchlight, you realize you're in an abandoned dig site. The tunnel only goes a slight ways before ending in a piece of tapestry, obscuring something that pokes out from behind with a purple haze. On the ground, a giant purplish pink crystal in the shape of a sleeping man stretches out. The statue appears to sleep on its side, hands tucked under its head. Next to it lies a handwritten note. Investigate beyond the tapestry. You've been needing one since Toaster Mark III was built, but due to COVID, all GPUs were super expensive. Right. They've been so spendy. And sadly, the price just has not gone down. Not really. Pulling back the tapestry, you realize that it was obscuring the entrance to a portal? The portal swirls in hues of purples and pinks, lilac vibrations emanating off of it nearly pull you in. You decide to take it slow, sticking just a hand in. You don't feel any pain, so that's a positive sign. Taking the cue, you stick your head through, and slowly your vision adjusts to the sight. Oh gosh, that is so hard to tell what's going on. Curse you, fairy colors! I know we can change, but I'm not gonna. It's a village? Or rather, it was. The sky stands in ephemeral tones, and you think you've managed to stumble into a fairy's realm. But whose? Going further, you can see that some buildings are in ruins, but most stand tall, undisturbed. Though there are no people around, you'd expect to at least find some fairies, right? There are, however, several gem-like statues of fae. Some in peaceful positions, some with terrified expressions, arms held out before them, some in preparation to take flight, and some crumbled into pieces on the ground. You wonder, did you quite possibly stumble upon an art installation? Needs. Now, after some time of you being the only living soul in the area, you would like to go back, rather bored of the situation. If this one's a reference to something, I have no idea what it is. Before I found the Gnome Depot, that has absolutely no correlation whatsoever to the Home Depot. Definitely not the smell of lumber and various tools and fluorescent lighting. No correlation whatsoever. You place your hand on the dark glass panel once more and are again returned to the cave's entrance. As you go to leave, you notice a strange piece of paper on the floor. Entry number 16. The unveiling of our new transportation magic was an astonishing success. Villagers flocked in by the dozen to witness such magic with not only their own 2 eyes, but their own whole body. Today was our biggest earnings day yet, which of course means that I cannot go unpunished. After the unveiling ceremony, one of the miners sought me out in the crowd. Her face was pale, and she told me with a quivering voice that there had been an accident. Evidently, they had tapped into a new cave unexpectedly. Such a thing is always a risk. You have to be mindful of what could be contained within, because there are dozens of ways it could be a problem. While investigating, one of the men spotted something within the cave and went to get a closer look. This, of course, proved to be a fatal mistake. By the time I arrived on the scene, 3 miners had already been lost trying to pry him away from the web he became ensnared in. The others ran away and refused to work for the rest of the day. I'll have to rely on the tourism board to manage the promenade while I find an exterminator. Oh, great, there's a giant spider in here. Lovely. Lovely. appears to have human writing on it, which you can't read, but still find compelling. I still haven't gotten a literate daughter. Now it's time to hit the old dusty trail. While making your way through town, you are stopped by a young man in a newsboy cap. He has a handful of papers, one of which he thrusts into your hand. Hello, ma'am. Haven't you heard? Great healer's in town right now. Don't miss your chance to see her if you need a healing. I don't like this healer because I had my precious girl Noelle. My precious moldy girl who desperately needs proper healing. I had her go see the healer. And what did the healer do? Nothing. Nothing useful whatsoever. It was... You guys will see. You guys will see. But it didn't help her. It didn't help her at all. You gotta go play kickball now? Oh darn, you gotta go play kickball now. Thanks for the stream, Cat. Very interesting game as always. I'm glad you like it. Have fun. Thanks for dropping by, Vil. You begin to explain to the boy that human healers are of little use to you, but he simply shakes his head. She's the great healer, ma'am. Wouldn't be very great if she couldn't heal a fungus, could she? How strange. A healer. A thought had never really occurred to you as a possibility. As you walk away, you glance down at the paper the boy had handed you. A map, it would seem. Go see the great healer, or nope. Go see the great healer. You think you'll make me play World of War on 150? It's a bit similar. I think I have that one already. Let me check. World of Horror, yes. Yep. I'm pretty sure my brother bought it. Oh yeah. I can be convinced. I can be convinced. Following the map, you find yourself standing before a large, secluded building at the edge of town. From within, you can hear the muffled sound of a voice. The door is propped open, practically inviting you inside. Without giving yourself a chance to second guess, you walk in. Find yourself in a spacious room, with a crowd of humans eagerly surrounding a stage. By your estimates, there must be several dozen people, plus the woman standing on stage. This woman speaks loudly and clearly, and she has the crowd captivated. You realize that there is a man on stage as well, kneeling. So yeah, we are poisonous. We are also hallucinogenic. And Great Appeal. I wonder if the Great Appeal will help at all with this. Empower spells or poison with spores at the cost of your own potency. We also have the Fairy Blood. You have been thoroughly saturated with the essence of dead fairies. You're also a magical creature. Is that cannibalism? And young adults. And we have Mystic Bond and Loving Parent. But that's it. Oh, the Fairy Blood hurts to look at. The other devs would say otherwise, but you personally were inspired a bit by World of Horror during dev. It's a neat game. I have heard very good things about it. Like, I haven't heard anything bad about it. She reaches her hand up as far as she can, palm open and fingers spread wide. She shouts out a few words in a language you don't recognize, then brings her palm down to the top of the man's head. Chant with me now! Oppa! Oppa! It doesn't take long for the audience to follow her lead. It is, frankly, somewhat bizarre to witness. You are unsure what control this woman, is she the great healer, has on the audience, but nearly everyone other than you chants along. After a few moments, she shouts and the man stands. The audience cheers. Healed! You are now healed, child of man! Tell me, can you feel it? The healer jauntily embraces the man, jumping with glee. The man, looking over himself, can't help but jump joyfully as well. Yes! Yes! I can feel it! There's no pain in my leg! Wait, is this how she heals? How odd. I've never heard of anything like this before. After gallivanting for a while, the man who has been healed returns to the audience. The healer continues to speak. Who is there among us who needs to feel the healing light? Her eyes dart around the audience, searching for someone to pick. Volunteer to go up on stage, stand back and enjoy the show, or pick pockets while the audience is distracted. We don't really need healing. I don't really feel the need to pick well, this girl was raised a bit more murder happy, but not thievery happy. She might get away with it, but let's just stand back and enjoy the show this time. You thought that you were going to meet a healer, not participate in the show. For now, you'll hang back and simply observe. The next volunteer to go on stage is a timid figure and keep their head tilted towards the floor. What ails you, child of man? Speak loudly so that all can hear. The figure, seemingly hesitant to speak, simply holds one arm high in the air. This arm ends in a stump. The healer seems undeterred, however. This is a wound that many would consider unhealable. However, we don't accept that bitter claim, do we? Through the power of magic, you too can be whole once more. A part of you wonders, do humans not ordinarily grow such things back? Not even with the help of healers? How unfortunate. The great healer takes the stumped arm with a flourish and chants. Feel the magic flow through you. Feel your body be whole. It's hard to track her movements. There's more motion and dramatics than you had expected, which makes everything a bit of a blur. Oppa! Oppa! At this final chant, the healer raises her arm high. In a moment you notice that she has raised the arm of the volunteer as well, and more so that their fingers are intertwined. Fingers that had not existed moments ago. The crowd goes wild. Through magic, all things are possible. Then why the frick didn't you heal, Noelle? Ha! Ha! The healer's words almost feel like a brag, but the volunteer doesn't seem to mind. They glance at their hand with astonishment and try to mumble a legible thank you. Before long, the healed returns to the audience and the cycle begins again. You watch for a while longer, before deciding that it was time to leave. On your way out, a man stops you by the door.
Make a donation to help the great healer spread her light.
No. No. I don't think I even have mine to give. I have 2 wealth, but no. You didn't even receive a healing. Why would you pay anything? You quickly dismiss the man and continue on your way home. Okay. We are going to pause here. I don't even know what to say that was. That's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Alright. It's time for a 3-minute break. So please get up, get a drink, use a restroom, do whatever you need to do. And I will see you all again very soon in 3 minutes. I think Odette will be our final daughter for today. It is getting quite warm in here. So, and I'm starting to get a little peckish. Not quite yet. I don't need food yet, but soon. Alright, welcome back. One day, without realizing, you stayed in the village much later than intended. The sun has fully set and darkness has enveloped all. Ah! Hi, time! How's it going? I'm so sorry, Roxas. Your plushie got consumed. Your plushie was thoroughly consumed. Here, I can at least refund that one. How's it going? I hope you guys are having a good day so far. 3 dittos. Alright, and again, because I'm trying to be good about these. Give time love. She's wonderful. Give time much love. Okay. Ah. Yeah, this size works. This is acceptable. All right, we are Padaru now. This is fine. This works. All right, the sun has fully set and darkness has enveloped all. Thankfully, you are fully capable of taking care of yourself. You know this settlement well, and the lack of sun does not change that. You decide to take a shortcut through an alley, but to your surprise, there are others there as well. Quite a few others, in fact. It quickly becomes apparent to you that most of the alley's denizens are going into a single door, one that, when open, allows you to hear faint sounds of revelry and triumph from within. Time can make your days 26 hours, right? You gotta take that up with time. And the time traveling powers that she may or may not grant you, but you know, that's not my purview. I'm just a cat. I'm just a cat girl, okay? Okay, I think. There we go. Give my mushroom girls a little bit more room. You take no responsibility for any time traveling? Exactly, exactly. Time may grant the powers, but not responsible for how you use them. That's on you. She won't even tell you the lottery numbers? You know, again, that's on you, you gotta go find those yourself. Dang, and now lava drinking too? Come on, guys. Come on. The only acceptable lava is the lava cake. We all know this. Man, I want cake now. I want cake. Time, do you want to share lava cake? I want cake, man. All right. Most of the alley's denizens are going into a single door. One that, when open, allows you to hear faint sounds of revelry and triumph from within. When they go to leave, many have small trinkets and seem tired from a long night of cheering. Enter the door! Steal from one of these easy marks. We're not really a thievery kind of girl. Enter the door. After a while of spying, you get the impression that people are free to enter. Your people, basically. So you figure it's safe to investigate further. As you step inside, the roar of the crowd grows in volume and clarity. It takes your eyes a second to adjust to the dim lights. You move past a few tables full of merchant goods into a large room full of people. You told Time you're responsible with lava. Now, do we actually trust that? That's a different question. Are you actually responsible with lava, or are you just saying that you're responsible with lava to make Time feel more comfortable telling you that you could eat it? Oh, when something happens with lava, you're usually responsible. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. That tracks. That tracks. At the center of it all is an arena, topped with a fighting ring. The ring is currently in use, as two combatants circle each other. One fighter is a man in a crude grasshopper mask, constructed out of a dyed linen and leaves. He moves with a quick staggered step, often fainting at his opponent. His opponent, a tall figure largely obscured by a dark cloak, counters nimbly, keeping low. You watch as the grasshopper man grabs the cloak, using it to pull his opponent around the ring. You find yourself drawn towards the crowd. The mood of the fight is simply intoxicating. Before you know it, you're whooping and hollering with the rest. Finally, in a thrilling conclusion, the caped fighter manages to subdue the crude grasshopper. They triumphantly suplex the masked man, to the joy of the crowd. Though initially slightly concerned for the man's health, you find that both fighters have support immediately afterwards. Slowly, the crowd begins to dissipate. What a thrilling event. As you go to leave, a chubby woman wearing an elaborately decorated pair of glasses stops you. I've never seen anyone quite like you before, love. If you ever want to fight, come back here anytime. I think that we could help you be something spectacular. You accept a scrap of paper the woman hands you. On it lists her name and where to find her. Except we can't read, so... After giving her a quick farewell, you dash back home with much to consider. Maybe if we can get our mycelium and robustness up? You feel a crisp breeze, the heat is relenting, and trees are changing in color. Fall has arrived. Changing weather has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? What's the plot of this game? So you start off as the recluse, and you are raising a daughter. You raise a beautiful little mushroom daughter, taking care of her, making sure that her pot and soil and everything is taken care of. These colors really are something. While she was growing up, I fed my daughter a fairy, and now she's fairy-blooded. And we got these colors as a result. They kind of hurt the eyes. I'm a little sad too, because we had a very beautiful black color palette before. And it got replaced, so... yeah. So now we are playing as the daughter, living through her first year in the world. You know what? Since we're trying to become strong, I think she's gonna be an expedition. Feed her something else? Nah. She's just fairy blooded now. It's done. It's done. So she's poisonous, hallucinogenic, and has great appeal. For what it's worth. She is a volatile fairy-blooded fly agaric, which is a very poisonous hallucinogenic mushroom. Yeah. She's the fairy-blooded trait. Because, you know, who wants a fairy pet when instead you could just feed the fairy to your daughter? Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous is taunting you. GOG shows the last achievement you get when you look at the game's page. Yours is Truly Important Deeds. Save the Cart of Booze. All the dancers at the mansion party. It's like save the Cart of Booze from all the dancers at the mansion party? All I can say is good luck. Good luck, To the east of your forest lies a village of humans, but you have often found yourself wondering what you would find if you simply kept traveling east. Today, you have resolved to solve this mystery. With a pact, you depart, well prepared for a day trip. A thoroughly trodden path guides you easily to the village, a route you're familiar with. Once you get beyond the far edge of the village is when the anticipation begins to build. The more you think about it, anything could be out there, and soon you'll see what it is. Your journey is long. Well, as long as a day trip can be, you suppose. But after what feels like hours of walking through gently sloping valleys and hills, you begin to notice structures. Fractured spaces of a once great wall stand tall, atop an outcropping just south of the largest mountain you've ever seen. I cannot tell what's going on in this picture. Okay, I think that's a wall. All right, Time, enjoyed lurking. Thanks for dropping in. I think this is another wall. Despite the damage, the only real way past the barrier is through a small archway, which, judging by the kind of debris around, seemed to once serve as a gatehouse of some kind. You've seen people do similar things with chickens, you suppose. Alright, I'm pretty sure that this is the same, well, the same image. I don't know if it's supposed to be the same gatehouse as the story of the Revenger. Okay, it is the gatehouse from the Revenger story. Okay. Okay. It's just, it's a little hard to tell. Fairy Blood is hard mode for visual clarity indeed. It's funny. It's very funny, but very hard to see. Okay, seem to once serve as a gatehouse of some kind. You've seen people do similar things with chickens, you suppose. Walking through the archway, the area opens up into a rather chaotic mess of rubble and decay. Though there seems to be an inordinate amount of rather unpleasant-looking mushrooms growing in the area, you're sure some might be useful, but finding which one specifically would take... Rumble? Is that mushroom moving? Like how you move? Before you can process much, you've caught her attention. She waves, beckoning you with a smile. Hello, are you new? I've never seen you around here before. Huh? Me and a few others of us fungal friends discovered this place. We're working on making it like a little slice of home. Presumably, she can see the various looks of confusion, uncertainty, and quite possibly befuddlement. Granted, it's not as though you're making much effort to hide them. Is something the matter? She asks, head cocked. I didn't realize there were other people like me out there. What is this place? I think I'm gonna go explore a bit. Okay, we're gonna save. Definitely saving over this one. I didn't realize there were other people like me out there. None of us did until we, well, did. But if there's at least this many of us, there's sure to be more. Still, we're just living our happy lives, making a place to call our own here. She smiles, casting her eyes across the ruined vista. In a way, you can kind of understand what she's getting at. What is this place? Well, it's a bit of a mystery to tell you the truth. I think it's an old human settlement. Not really much in the way of any humans around here, though. But they left all their neat stuff. Smells like rain. Just the other day, I found this fancy old headband laying around. She points to her cap where you see a leather headband with a brass buckle stretched to its limit. Is it actually a headband or is it a belt? You can't help but feel like you've seen similar headbands around human trousers before. I called it! Be sure to explore. I'm sure you'll find lots of neat stuff too. I'm gonna go explore around a bit. Have fun! She shouts, bounding away into the rubble. Try and find something neat. Looking around, there seems to be an old faded map in the center of the area. The only things you can make out are a marker denoting your location, a sun to the left, and a moon to the right. Though you're not sure you'll have time of the day to check out everything. Okay, so it is the same map from the Revenger story. So sun, moon, or go foraging in the greens. All right, what did the Sun District have again? I know you guys can't really help me except for Zhao. I think the Sun District had the... It had the guard barracks. But the Moon District, that one was the most dilapidated area. Not sure if I really want to go around there. Unfortunately, it sounds like I just won't have enough time to do everything. I think the Sun District is also where that one building portal was. So I kind of want to see if there's something there. Sun District is... Or we could go to the Greens. But... Because it did seem like there was a weird mushroom thing in the story, and I'm very curious about that. We might just have to reload and take a look. So, Sun District. I hope this is one of those places that I can come back to. Following directions toward the area with the sun that you saw on the map, you eventually come out to a nice area with plenty of overhead lights. The buildings exist on the edges of the area, leaving a great open plaza in the middle to easily get around. Oh wait, no, it wasn't the Sun District, it was like the overlook, whatever area. It's a popular Game Boy emulator that allowed you to pick what two colors you wanted your game in, and a YouTuber for a video picked red and purple and actually had to stop mid-recording to put back the default colors. It's okay. I can survive on fairy blood. It's okay. Though, in the dead center of the plaza, there's a strange stone device. It looks like a triangle sticking up and out of a circular stone. And, oh, other fungal friends! How intriguing! Talk with the others, investigate the stone statue, go to another district instead. Well, obviously talk. Yep, even fairy blood does pranks. It's because we fed our daughter a fairy. Instead of trying to gain their favor, we instead hunted the fairy. Among some of the rubble in the district, you come across the lovely lilting languish of a little lady, longing for a way to reach the ears of others. You like to think you know a thing or two about singing. Maybe you can help out? Leave her a tip for encouragement, or give her constructive feedback. Oh, this is gonna go really poorly. I don't think my great appeal is really helping me out a whole ton here. I also don't think constructive feedback would work very well. Let's just leave her a tip. We'll leave her a tip. We'll just be nice today. Hopefully we won't need that money for anything. Flicking a coin into a small box near the performer, you give her a grin and a thumbs up before continuing on your way. Nice, we got mycelium from that. From her expression, you seem to have made her day. The sun is low in the sky, casting a beautiful warm tint across everything that you see. Ah, darn, that was the end of what we could get. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a different one. So we're gonna save over this. This one? Yeah. Today it is a particularly beautiful sight. Yup. A particularly beautiful sight. Blossoming fruit trees and the wind blowing through grass. Your eyes feel heavy and suddenly you find yourself falling into a deep sleep. In your dreams, you're sitting on a tree branch. There's a flute playing somewhere. Then suddenly the flute is next to you. Attached to it is the vague shape of a woman. I haven't seen you around here before. Welcome. Whenever you go to look at her, it feels like she shifts. can't quite describe her. You probably won't remember me when you wake up, but it's nice to meet you. After sitting in silence for a second, she starts playing again. Fly! Where do you go when I'm awake? Sing along? Or try to memorize this place? I kind of miss my little murderous girl who tried to stab her. Where do you go when I'm awake? Sing along or try to memorize the place? I want to come back here. I really want to try coming back here, so we're going to try and memorize it. Try your best to focus. It's hard to take in the details, but you attempt to commit them to memory. You figure that if you remember it well, maybe you could come back. It seems like a lovely enough place to visit from time to time. By the time you awake, you can remember it vividly, even the strange woman next to you. That's a memory for another time, though. It's dark, and you should be getting home. One evening, you witness a strange occurrence as you approach your home. A pair of humans are huddled in nearby a bush, watching your house intently. Eyes locked on the strange abode, they don't notice your approach. It appears they are here to spy on you. Okay, we did get this last time. You in turn find a wooded spot nearby to sit and observe the pair. They don't appear to be armed but carry large packs and travel gear. After several minutes of observation, you consider what to do. Alright, we're just gonna walk up and greet them. We have high humanity. We are also lovable. Finally deciding they don't pose a threat. Oof! Well, time to see what happens with the one. You casually walk up to the pair. Up close, you get the impression these are academics, field researchers. They don't even notice your approach, and after a long moment of standing awkwardly, you clear your throat. What the? One yelps suddenly, and the other researchers seize themselves, having nearly fallen over. The creature! It's really here! The two suddenly break into a frantic discussion with each other, and you struggle to even get a word in. We should leave before the witch finds us. The researchers pack their things, and you feel somewhat forgotten now that they are suddenly very interested in leaving. You should head out too! A researcher calls out to you, practically an afterthought. The witch will begin her hunt soon! What a strange encounter. You find yourself thinking later that night. What do they come here for? Why do humans live in such mortal fear of the witch? With your mind buzzing with questions, you retire for the night. Over the past few days, you've developed a growing sense of unease. And one particularly gloomy evening, the feeling intensifies. You're in the dying days of autumn, and a chill in the air bites at your skin. As you look out to the nearby woods, you can feel a strange calling. An invisible force pulling you towards something. It seems you are being summoned. Oh, right, I forgot. I forgot we deferred payment. Before you decide it's a good idea to follow, your body's already made the choice for you. You find yourself uncontrollably walking into the woods. Sometime later, you find yourself in a dark and unfamiliar grove. You are relieved to see your summoner, none other than the Witch of the Woods. However, your relief is short-lived when you see the cold and serious look on her face as you approach. My daughter, the time has come. Though it was not yours, there's still a debt left unsettled, and I always find a way to collect payments. It seems she really does intend to make you pay for your parents' debt. After such a long time, you can't imagine what she would require of you. It certainly won't be easy. Ask her for a reprieve. It is not your debt after all. Take care of a dangerous and unsavory matter. Fight the witch. I'm not gonna fight the witch. We would lose. For sure. I mean, worst case scenario, she says no, so... Pretty please? Will you pretty please let me go, ma'am? Pretty please? Yeah, we'll overwrite that. It's fine. Pretty please. You give an impassioned plea to the witch to cancel the debt, reasoning that you can't be held responsible for someone else's debt. She considers thoughtfully, clearly surprised by your reasoning. Perhaps the terms could be renegotiated after all, she says with uncharacteristic consideration. Unexpectedly, you learn that the witch worked out a reasonable payment plan with your parents. It honestly makes you wonder why they didn't do this in the first place. Yay! No longer indebted! Let's go! The chill in the air has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? Alright. Strange location. Can we go back? No! Darn it! I was really hoping we could go back to that grove. Man. Man. Shopping for a new GPU, you see when you want for 500. For 75 if you go fetch it. Richmond, BC. You'll pass? Why? What's so bad about Richmond? Expeditions, woods, countryside, home. Darn it, I was really hoping that if we settled the debt, we would be able to choose an aspiration. Oh, it's like 3,000 miles away. Holy cow. That would do it. That would definitely do it. Could just go back to the woods. Or countryside, expedition. Expedition, country, expedition. The mountains bordering the northern reaches of the forest call to you. You see them every day on your adventures, and there is an overwhelming desire to climb them that simply can't be ignored. Readying yourself in the early hours of the morning, glance over the materials you have on hand. Pack light, pack heavy, or don't go. Or don't pack. In fact, just don't go. Our robustness is higher, so we should probably go for that. Alright, I guess we'll just save over that one. It's fine. Pack heavy, I suppose. Stuffed to the brim, your pack makes it somewhat difficult to move. So difficult that your legs buckle under your feet. Under your first step and you fall over. With your pack all set, you make your way to the mountain. After a couple of hours of climbing, you feel like you've made some decent progress, though you're starting to get a bit tired. Just as you think it's time for a break, you come across a beautiful mountain spring, complete with its own waterfall. Take a relaxing shower, or train your endurance. You know what, let's just take a nice shower today. That sounds nice. Could try the endurance. I haven't had it go well even once. So we're just take a nice relaxing shower. No one's around and you do feel awfully sweaty from all your exertion. You take this as a prime opportunity to briefly refresh yourself under the waterfall. The water's frigid, but the icy touch is almost invigorating. You wash away any and all muggy exhaustion and leave with a spring in your step. After your rest, you continue up the trail to the mountain's peak. The air thins and trees become sparse. You have reached the top. You can see the whole region from up here. Myriad hamlets, roadways winding between them, and beautiful mountain ranges. But one peak in particular stands out to you, the only mountain in the region taller than the one under your feet. Far to the east, beyond the village, across from the old ruins, the great mountain calls to you. A burning urge wells up inside you. Maybe someday you'll conquer that one as well. Have lunch, sit in silence, or watch the town from above. Lunch. Silence is good, but I think we're gonna watch the town from above. Work on that humanity score. Because why not? townsfolk look like tiny dots from this distance. You spend some time watching their daily life pass by. Your time at the top of the mountain has come to an end. When you arrive home, you sprawl out onto your bed, exhausted from your adventure. Sometimes when you lay down to go sleep, you find yourself remembering a dream you had. There's a woman there who said you probably won't remember her, but for some reason you do. Yes, 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 yes. In fact, so much so that you would like to see her again. You know she's not real, but there's something fun about that, you suppose. An imaginary friend that you like to visit. That you visit like a real one. One day, you make your way back to the same spot you first met her at. The meadow with the flowering trees. In your hands you grasp a flower, a polite request for company. You're not sure if it will help, but it's the only thing you can think to do. Then finally you just have to fall asleep. In time and easy feet. As you wait peacefully, you hear a sound you recognize. I'm impressed. Those people don't think about me twice. You sit with her for a few moments. Are you real? Have you always been like this? Can we go somewhere else?
Save. Yes!
Can we go on a date? Have you always been like this? Or can we go somewhere else? Have you always been like this? I suppose not. There was a time before this. I lost something important to me, and I came here to get it back. Oh, I missed one! I didn't mean for it to consume me like it did. I suppose. I just got a little greedy is all. My advice is to not be greedy. What you want is never quite as good as it seems. But there's no reason to dwell on that. Let's enjoy the view. You decide to follow her advice. The rest of your dream is pleasant. While aimlessly wandering one day, you know what? I want to see what else we can talk to her about. Can we go somewhere else? Ooh. I don't see why not. Was there somewhere you had in mind? Explain to the woman that you meant somewhere far away. The waking world. Oh. I can go there in some ways. Like a simulacrum. But why would I want to go to the real thing anyways? I'm already here. You're here with me too. You decide to appreciate the view. It's partially what you came here for anyway. The rest of your dream is pleasant. One day, in need of supplies, you head to the local apothecary. It's always a wonderful, cozy experience inside. You'll have a particular fondness for a painting hung up near the counter of a mushroom woman much like yourself with a frog in her lap. I like to imagine that was Egliette because she was a portrait, or she was the model for a portrait. So I like to imagine it's her. Not to mention the vast amounts of ingredients and goodies all readily available to you. But business beats the nitty-gritty of foraging every time. Unfortunately, this time around you feel a set of eyes staring at you. You turn your neck and barely catch a glance at a strange man following you. He's wearing a look as ravenous and tattered as his wizard's hat. Tell the man off! You're not just some common component after all. Run back home as quickly as you can. Okay, this time we're gonna tell him off, and they're gonna listen. You angrily turn on your heel and yell, and we roll the one. You turn your heel and yell at him. I am a mushroom, you know! Wait, I'm a person! Unable to successfully form a defense, the man seems emboldened. He approaches you with a sinister grin. Squeamish and afraid, you pass out. Several hours later, you wake up a few pounds lighter. Then, later that week, you hear a rumor about a man that seemed to have been driven to madness by some strange mushroom. You guess some men can't handle their vices. I am hallucinogenic, but I'm also very poisonous, so, you know, it's on him. As you grow older, you look back over your life. You think back to the witch who created you. Darn it! We got after all this time again. Man, it's so hard to get the other endings. I was really hoping we could get something with our friend. New music bonus, a day in the life. New color bonuses, since we got black and fairy blooded. And then stat bonuses, not a ton, but that's okay. Unused cards and tokens. Repeat ending bonus, another jar of coins. And first grown bonus. Weird spores. I like they're just weird. They're just weird. Okay. What is this? Hallucinogenic, great appeal, and fairy dust. Wait, when did that happen? The shimmery protective dust floats about you. Floats about you. Huh. Yo, when did I get that? Also, when did I get wealth again? I spent one of those. Fairy blood, young adult. And then after all this time again. And my mushrooms are growing. And another weed. Let's see, and now if I load. I just want to see what the Are You Real one is. What a strange question. Of course not. But there are some places where things are a little blurry. Dreams and magic mainly. I find it's better not to question it in any case. If you decide to follow her advice, the rest of your dream is pleasant. Okay. And now I don't need that anymore. Let's go back here. Okay, so we're gonna go through talking to the other mushroom. What is this place? And then I'm gonna go explore. Alright, we did the Sun District. I want to look at what we could find in the Greens. I feel like there should be a special ending to this place, but you're not wrong, reality and dream, and everything else looks blurry right about now. With this color palette, oh yeah. While the concept of others like you is compelling and all, can't help but notice some tasty food hidden in the environment around you. So much so, in fact, that you'd like to take some home. Now the only question is, what? Go to another district instead, gather sorrel and clover leaves, look for nuts and seeds, pluck evergreen needles, or seek out mushrooms. Trap some critters. She is a hunter after all, so critters! Why waste time on insubstantial plants when you could procure something a little more robust? Thankfully, you always carry with you the supplies you need to set up a snare or two. As you explore the ruins of the town, you occasionally pause to set a trap. It's a nice way to familiarize yourself with the area, and you do your best to dissuade the other inhabitants from walking through your traps. After taking a full loop, you start your return trip, checking each of your snares as though you were a child excited for presents. Which is exactly how you feel whenever you find something. Which is exactly how you feel whenever you find that you have caught something. In the end, you manage to leave with a small variety of birds and squirrels. It's good eats. You leave your home in the latter hours of the morning one day, only to set upon a strange woman not too far from your front door. Okay. I kind of want to go through this. However, it's probably not related. It's probably not related, right? I'm curious, but no. We're just looking. We are just looking at these. Okay, other people, what is this place? And onwards. Let's see what's in the Moon District. Following directions towards the area with the moon that you saw on the map, you eventually come out into a cramped, dilapidated area. Even if they were still in pristine condition, the buildings would be suffocating in a district of compact streets and stifling alleys. But now it's far worse. Heaps of rubble sit where monoliths once towered. Homes exist in the state of a more historical sense, and a lingering fog of dusty malaise coats every breath. Honestly, it's a bit of a dump. Investigate the heaps, or go to another district. Investigate! Digging into the heaps, you're delighted to spot the glimmer of a coin. Pushing aside the rubble, it's not a coin you've ever seen before. There's a half moon stamped on it of all things, but it's still precious metal, and that's what counts. Stashing it on your person, you happily return the way you came. Unless this one again. Interesting. I do believe that's a different day. Yeah, so that just is wealth 3. Huh. Okay, well, I'm too curious, so. You leave your home in the later hours of the morning one day, only to set upon a strange woman not too far from your front door. It's immediately apparent that she doesn't notice you. Heck, she may not even notice the house. That's just right there. As it stands, the slender, bespectacled woman has her gaze locked to the sky. She'd be a statue if not for the periodic wave of the hand. Setting errant strands of silver back into a messy ponytail. It's odd, though. At first glance, she almost feels familiar. There's a sour sweetness to her that feels reminiscent of the Fae. Perhaps she has some fairy blood in her. Regardless, you bolster your concentration. Watching her for a moment, you stand to reason that maybe something's wrong. Plus, she looks harmless enough. Maybe she's worth approaching. Attempt to scare her off. Play it safe and leave her alone. Can I help you? The woman whirls around, caught off guard by your sudden appearance. Oh, I'm sorry. She stammers before catching a good look at you. Oh. My, you're an interesting creature, aren't you? Her inquisition borders heavily on the familiar, but you let it slide. Are you, by chance, the mycelial maiden of these woods? I've heard so much about you. It's such a shame. I'm pursuing other interests right now. I would love so much to study you. Sorry, is that weird? That's weird, right? The woman pushes back a series of stray hairs, smiling sweetly through thin lips and eyes that glitter like velvet gems. It's almost enthralling. All right then, I suppose I should introduce myself. My name's Kalia. I am, I suppose, what you call a scholar of sorts. I study all sorts of creatures, both mythical and speculative, ranging from all sorts of quasi-humanoid beings to amorphous energies. My primary field of study is in the realm of the Fae, tricky little friends. She did say friends, not fiends. I tell you what. Lately, I've been trying to uncover traces of this cheeky bugger, a Fae prince by the name of Cupid. I don't suppose you've seen a foul-mouthed baby flying about shooting at people, have you? We did get the note about him this time, right? But our girl can't read, so it doesn't do her any good. Is that a riddle? What do you think the answer to that is? What do you think the answer to that is? Celia looks around, evidently getting her point. That's fair, that's fair. Despite what I was told, he doesn't seem to be anywhere in this area. Tell you what, Celia hands you a small handbell made of lightly glowing bone. Take this and ring it if you find him. Of course, if you find anything else of interest, I would be thrilled to be notified. Holding the handbell, you give it a light jingle. To your surprise, it rings out spectacularly. Name trait the scholar bell. And you know... Celia leans in close. If you'd ever like a little studying of your own, well... Celia's face begins to turn red and she looks away, hand on cheek and stifling a giggle. Nothing. Don't be a stranger now. Scholar romance. Was that a flirtatious smile? With a grin, she saunters away. You're left feeling a myriad of emotions, though a single question remains. You're not going to, like, get shot by maybe just walking about, right? You know, she might have actually gotten shot and just not know it. Because was Cupid, after all. Okay. Wait, which one is this? Oh, okay. This is the recluse. Okay. I've seen this one. It's good. We're good. I should call it. I should just call it before I go through the rest of her life again for a second time. I should not be doing that. Let's see. What today? The epic guy now is starting to write the Iliad. Let's go! Let's go! That makes me really happy. That makes me really, really happy. Oh. Alright, would you guys... Actually, wait. Let's just look. Anybody watching Musume that isn't just here? Nope. Darn. Okay. I had to try. How about Zelda? Breath of the Wild good? You guys good with that? If there was somebody else streaming Mushroom Musume, I would have rated that, but we were gonna raid Mothmallows today. I haven't raided her in too long, so okay, I don't think she's gonna anytime soon, so we should be good. Alright, here are the 2 red messages. First one is for subscribers, second one's for anybody else who would like to raid along with. And with that, I will be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. PDT, 3 p.m. EDT, 7 p.m. UTC, and that will be for Pocket Mirror. So, if you enjoy hearing my attempts at voice acting, come on back tomorrow. That is a horror RPG maker game. It is very cute. It is another cute, creepy game. So if you guys like that sort of thing, you will likely like Pocket Mirror. Zao, thank you again for dropping by. I love this game, so I'm very happy to always have a dev in chat. It is fantastic. And I hope you guys are able to figure out what the heck is going on with those bugs. I'll try and figure out what to put in an email, trying to detail my experience with that. But yeah. Alright guys, as always, please be polite and respectful, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!